A Matter of Luck. A program dedicated to the greatest inventor and scientific discoverer the world has known, Lady Luck, and bringing you in one complete 30-minute presentation two authentic and true stories of remarkable scientific achievement. Tonight we tell you of Francis Pettit Smith and Charles Martin Hall, and how each became famous through A Matter of Luck. Francis Pettit Smith and A Matter of Luck. Many a man has plodded along a furrow made for him by others or by necessity, though his heart has been a million dreams away, lost in a magic world called If I Only Had a Chance. Francis Pettit Smith was such a man. As a farmer, he certainly plodded his furrow. He certainly had his dreams. And for a farmer, they were strange ones, for he dreamed of ships that moved against the wind, against the tides. Though he knew that in that year of 1835, ships did move against wind and tide by means of great paddles turned by steam engines, his dreams were of a means of propulsion which would do away entirely with the dangerous, fragile, and inefficient paddles and give to a ship a silent, concealed, and almost secret way upon the water. And then one day in 1835, Francis Pettit Smith returned from market with a stranger and an air of great excitement.
Come in, man. Sit down. Here, take this chair by my desk. You can see better.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Smith.
Give me your hat. That's it. Now, take a look at that drawing in front of you, Mr. Glencannon.
Well. You're by way of being a designer of wee ships, Mr. Smith.
A bit rough and ready, I'm afraid. If I'd only become an engineer like you instead of a farmer, by now my ships might be on every ocean of the world.
There's still time, if you've got the right ideas.
What a stroke of luck it was, meeting my friend Bailey in town, and you with him. For months I've wanted to discuss my ideas with a trained engineer, and to think that
Well, let's take a look at what you got here. Oh, Mr. Smith, what's this you got? No paddles in your design. And what's this corkscrew affair you've got sticking out at the back?
That's it. That's the whole idea. Don't you see? I've discarded the paddles and replaced them with an Archimedes screw.
Shades of Jimmy Watt. Next you'll be telling me that the thing works.
It does.
Have you tried it? Have you built a ship fitted with one of these and tried it?
No, I haven't. Not yet. But others have.
Then how do you know it'll work?
Because only 7 years ago, a ship fitted with an Archimedes screw did work. I'm not an inventor, Mr. Glencannon. I'm only correctly applying, I hope, the discoveries of others, mainly those of a man named Joseph Ressel. Ressel had the most damnable luck of any man. He hit upon the idea in 1828 and took his plans to a shipbuilder named Ottavio Fontana in Trieste.
Yes, well, of course, my dear Russell, you have not hit on anything new here, have you?
No, senor. Nor do I claim to have. But while Bernoulli in 1753 Fitch in 1786 and Delisle in 1814 all went as far as making an Archimedes screw-driven ship. I am the first to apply mathematics to the subject and decide on the best possible shape and size and pitch of the screw.
And very well done, too, my dear fellow. Please do not think I wish to belittle your work. Far from it. I am very impressed. Would it be too much to run over your plans again before I make up my mind?
Very well, senor. Now, we begin here. Mm-hmm. This drawing shows the ship's stern with the spindle protruding through it. So?
Yes.
You know how the screw of Archimedes worked. It was like a huge wood auger. Archimedes turned his screw to raise water. My screw, attached to the spindle and turned by the steam engine within the ship, will bore its way through the water as an auger does through wood. And the ship will move rapidly ahead.
Yes, yes. Very sound indeed. Herr Russell, my mind is made up. I shall invest money and build your ship, and I have every confidence in it.
You will not regret it. That I promise you.
Good. A bottle of Chianti to seal the bargain, eh?
Chianti, certainly.
Oh, there is one thing I would like to ask you, Russell. How is it that no screw-driven ships have ever been successful before?
Because we had not the proper engines. Until James Watt gave us the steam engine, what was to turn our screws, eh? A screw must turn rapidly, or instead of propelling a ship, it merely thrashes the water.
Yes, of course. Well, now to our Chianti.
And did this Mr. Fontana really put money into the scheme?
Yes, he built Russell a ship at Trieste, a small but shapely craft with a 6-horsepower engine. But before she could be tried out, permission had to be obtained from the Austrian port police. They gave their consent grudgingly, and at last came the day for testing. The vessel started off, but had only gone a few hundred yards when there was an alarming explosion and she came to a stop. A steam pipe had blown out.
Did they fix it?
Yes, but unfortunately the Trieste port police wouldn't give permission for a second trial. They considered the new ship too dangerous.
So what happened, man?
Nothing, except that Fontana withdrew from the scheme. All that remains now is Russell's calculations, and it's on these that I've designed my screw.
Aye. For a foreigner, he seems to have had a wee bit of brains in his head.
We'll build the screw exactly as he laid down, but we'll make it larger to take the greater power of the engines we're going to use.
Mr. Smith, I've followed your very lucid explanations remarkably clearly, but one thing puzzles me. When you refer to we, when you say we'll build and we'll make and we're going to use, to whom does the plural apply?
Why, to me and you, man. That is, if you're interested. You're an engineer. I'm not. These drawings are only rough. You can do them properly. You can supervise the building of both the ship and the screw.
The building of what ship?
Why, the one the Admiralty will authorize me to build.
Have you discussed with them yet?
No, but I shall. The very week the plans are ready. What do you say, Mr. Glencannon? Are you with me?
Well, any man who's already planning to build a ship with Admiralty money afore they've even seen the plans is such an optimist I cannot resist him. Aye, Mr. Smith, I'm with you.
For once, the Admiralty showed immediate interest and authorized Francis Pettit Smith to build the ship. It was a very small vessel of only 6 tons, but it was a success. The Admiralty's report was so favorable that Smith was able to form a company having sufficient capital to build a ship of 237 tons, fitted with new and powerful engines. The great day of the new ship's trial drew near, the day that was to go down in the history of ships purely through a matter of luck. The Archimedes was ready at Portsmouth, with Pettit Smith and a party of naval officers aboard. The day was fine and calm, and Glencannon, the engineer, was confident that his engines would perform faultlessly.
Well, Mr. Smith, the weather's holding for you.
Yes, indeed, sir.
You can start as soon as you like. Now, be clear on one thing, Mr. Smith. If your ship can do 5 knots, then we'll take her over and give you a contract for others. But quite frankly, I can't see her doing more than 2 knots.
Shall I order her away? Then we'll see for ourselves.
Very well. All sail ahead.
Glencannon, full steam.
Aye, Mr. Smith.
I must congratulate you, Mr. Smith. Your ship handles very well. Very well indeed. What's our speed?
5 knots, sir.
Well, you've exceeded our expectations by a handsome margin. Well done, sir.
Hey, what's going on?
What the devil's that?
Mr. Smith, I'll have to shut the engine down. There's something amiss with the screw.
All right, Glencannon. Close her down.
So your screw has broken down, eh? Well, maybe we were satisfied too soon.
It's my opinion, sir, we've struck an obstruction underneath the stern. I'm going overboard to see for myself once I get my clothes off.
Very well, Glencannon, but don't take any risks.
This is very fortunate for the Admiralty, Mr. Smith, this mishap. We'd quite overlooked the possibility of damage to the screw.
Yes, it may be fortunate for you, sir, but it's a bitter blow to me.
But I don't get stuck under the ship, sir.
All right, Glencannon.
Here I go.
I get the fellow swims like a fish, doesn't he?
Mr. Smith, sir, a log of wood or something has sucked into the screw and has broken more than half of it off.
Well, that's the end of our test.
The end of our interest in screws, Mr. Smith. Well, I suppose we'd better signal for help. Well, it's just as I've always said. Can't beat a bit of sail and a good stiff breeze from the southwest.
But Smith didn't care for the indignity of being towed back to port, and when the engineer climbed on board, he received certain instructions whispered in his ear by a crestfallen but still stubborn Mr. Smith.
Listen, Glencannon. I'm not going to be towed back to Portsmouth if I can help it. Start the engine. A little bit of screw that's left may just get us back with our dignity.
Aye, it might, but I doubt it. Still, I'll go and try.
Why, Mr. Smith, the ship's moving.
Moving fast, too. Glencannon, have you got the throttle wide open?
She's not a quarter open, sir. Are we moving?
We certainly are. Open it wide as it'll go.
Why, this is amazing. We must be doing 10 knots or more. What's the meaning of this? I say, Smith, what have you done? Well, this is the fastest a ship ever steamed. Amazing. Simply amazing. But what have you done?
The mystery was soon recognized for what it was, an amazing stroke of luck. Ressel and his predecessors had all been on the wrong track. A ship cannot be propelled efficiently by an Archimedes screw. But the underwater obstruction that broke off a large part of Pettit Smith's screw converted it into a rough example of the propellers used today and gave his ship the then astonishing speed of 13 knots. Francis Pettit Smith, by luck, had the invention of the modern ship's propeller thrust upon him, so that his was not a discovery reached by intent. It was purely and simply a matter of luck.
In just 1 minute, we shall hear another fascinating true story, that of Charles Martin Hall. In the meantime, we pause to hear this.
Back now to our narrator and cast for the second unusual story in our presentation, A Matter of Luck.
Charles Martin Hall and A Matter of Luck. From the dim days of the Stone Age to our modern streamlined world, mankind has been concerned with the problem of putting its metals to work. And historians tell us that the extent to which a people used metals was, in olden times, a measure of their civilization. However true this may be, no metal has a more interesting story than aluminium. And in the gaining of it from the crude ores of the earth, Lady Luck played the dominant part. Aluminium was discovered in the 18th century by Sir Humphrey Davy, the great chemist, who decided very soon that it was useless. For although, in combination with other elements, it forms 1/13 of the Earth's land surface, the 18th century knew of no way to obtain it in its pure state. Yes, for very many years it seemed as if Sir Humphrey Davy was right. Then in the 19th century, several processes were found by which aluminium could be isolated in its pure state, but in such very small quantities and at such great cost that until Lady Luck and Charles Hall took a hand, aluminium was 20 times more valuable than gold. Hall was a student at Oberlin College in Ohio in 1885, when his interest was first aroused in aluminium.
Professor, could I have a word with you?
Why, certainly, Hall. What is it?
It's about this lecture you've just given us on aluminium, sir. It seems a pity that there isn't a process for extracting it in commercial quantities.
Why do you say that?
Well, sir, in the first place, it's so plentiful. When you think that next to oxygen that we breathe, and silicon, aluminium is the most plentiful substance on Earth, it's a pity that it has to cost so much to get hold of a scrap.
I suppose so. Yes, I suppose so.
Then it's so very light. It's lighter than some woods, and it doesn't rust like iron, and it's harder than copper. Why, sir, there must be a million uses for such a metal.
Possibly, my boy, possibly. But you will have to excuse me. Anything further I can let you know, just come to me.
Old hypocrite. Never gets his nose out of books. Hasn't any more interest in aluminium than my Aunt Ethel.
From the day of the lecture on the character and properties of aluminium, Charles Hall was a man with one fixed idea: to find a process for the extraction of the metal that would put it within reach of everyone. And in order to further his ambition, he stayed on at Oberlin College after graduating to take advantage of its laboratory facilities.
Hi, Charlie. Listen, are you going to the University Ball tomorrow night?
Well, as a matter of fact, I don't think I can manage it, Pete.
Why not?
Well, you know how it is. I don't like going to these parties without the proper clothes, and well, I feel so shabby.
You'll never make enough money for anything while you sit around in the college laboratory trying to make aluminium.
Well, I'm not trying to make it. You can't make something that exists already. I'm merely trying to isolate it cheaply.
Well, how you going? You making any progress?
No, absolutely none.
I thought so. Now, you listen to me, Charlie. I can get you a good job in my father's office, short hours and good pay. What about it?
No thanks, Pete. It's very good of you, but, well, I'm going to stick it out at the college.
But heck, boy, life's passing you by while you hide in the laboratory.
I'll catch up.
Well, just as you say. But remember, I've only been at work 4 months. And look, a brand new Prince Albert by a New York tailor. And you can't even go to the prom because you don't have anything to wear. Oh, well, that's the way it goes. You work and I'll make money. So long, Charlie. And good luck with the aluminium.
So long, Pete. But if I find what I'm after, I'll finish up with more money than the rest of you at Oberlin put together.
And so young Charles Martin Hall stayed in his laboratory while his friends went their way. But as the months went by, he began to wonder if he were wasting his time trying to achieve success where so many eminent scientists had failed. Then, towards the end of the summer vacation, he decided to take a rest and went to the small town of Thompson, where he was born. But even at home, his obsession with aluminium would not leave him, and it was there that he had his first stroke of luck.
Really, Charles? If you don't stop talking about those experiments of yours, I don't know what I'll do.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mother. Do I bore you?
Bore me? No, it's not that so much, but It's not right for a lad of your age to moon about so.
Oh, I'm not mooning, Mother. Why, you talk as though I was lovesick or something.
I'd like it better if you were. It'd be more natural. Here, you've been home a week and haven't even called on Deborah Martin. And her so sweet on you, too. It's a shame.
Now, listen, Mother. There's nothing wrong with me. It's just that I've got my mind set on what I'm doing. And I'm not going to give up. Not even for Deborah Martin or any other girl.
And why is it so important for you to make aluminium? What's the use of it?
Well, for one thing, you could do your cooking with aluminium pots and pans.
What's wrong with the pots and pans I cook with at present?
Oh, copper's too expensive, damages too easily. And iron is too heavy and too hard to keep clean.
We women have been getting along all right with copper and iron for I don't know how many years. And I guess we'll get along for a few more.
All right, then. But it would have thousands of other uses, and there'd be a fortune in it.
People don't make fortunes pottering in laboratories, son. Now, come on. Take the gun and the dog and see if you can shoot some rabbits. You look as if you need some fresh air.
Oh, I thought I might dip into that new book, but...
I know best. Out you go. And if you don't want to go shooting, take a walk down to the glassworks and see old Daniel Clark. He's always asking after you. Thinks a lot of you, does old Daniel.
Now, that's a good idea. How is he?
Ask him when you see him. Now, out you get. I've got my work to do.
Hey there, Daniel. It's me, Charlie Hall.
Why, howdy, child. I haven't seen you since you was back home on vacation.
Yeah, that's right, Danny. I'm sorry I haven't been to see you before, but I've been busy.
You still studying, son? What are you on to now?
I'm trying to find a way to make cheap aluminium. Still, you don't want to hear about that. Say, what's that you've got in the furnace, Daniel?
Oh, that's cryolite, son. We use it to make glass. Leastways, it helps.
Well, it seems to melt easily enough.
Oh, sure. Just shovel it in the furnace and she melts right away. No trouble at all.
Say, that gives me an idea. Cryolite, eh? That's a double fluoride of aluminium.
Ain't nothing but some kind of dirt to me, son.
Yeah, that's what it is, all right. And if it melts as readily as all that, I might just be able to electrolyze it.
What are you talking about, son?
Now, look, Danny, don't mind me. I'm going to rush off home and look up a few things about cryolite. But if I get some pure aluminium, well, it was you who put the idea into my head. So long.
Back once more at Oberlin College, Hall started a new series of experiments with cryolite, aided by a student named Brady. One day, he took some cryolite and melted it in a crucible.
Now, see here, Brady. This is what we do. We take the aluminium earth. Well, what have we this time, by the way?
Bauxite. Best I could get.
Oh, that's all right. We'll drop some in the hot cryolite and see if it dissolves. Right?
Right. You better stand back. It might fizz. Here we go.
Tastes all right. What's more, it dissolved like salt in boiling water. Now, we'll just try electrolyzing it.
You still on that electrolysis? Every other scientist who was ever experimenting with aluminium gave it up long ago.
Well, I'm going to try just once more. Now, will you connect up the wires? I'll fix the crucible.
All right. But I still think you're wasting your time.
Now, we'll see. At least I'm trying something new. You've got to admit that.
Well, the current's been on half an hour. How long do you want to leave it?
I guess half an hour is long enough. Switch off. Now then. Well, there we go again. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Not one speck of aluminium.
What do you expect?
Oh, I don't know. Could have happened. Look at that electrode. Not an atom on it. Oh, well, where do we go from here?
Well, I don't know about you, Hall, but I'm going to find myself another job. I've wasted enough time.
Look, let's try just once more. Maybe we didn't leave it long enough. Just once more.
Not me. I'm through.
Well, take this crucible, will you, before you go?
No, take it yourself.
For the love of Pete, did you have to knock it out of my hand?
Oh, I'm sorry. Honest, I am. Here, I'll clean up the mess.
It's no use being sorry. That was the last clay crucible.
Well, there's a couple more on the shelf.
Yeah, but they're lined with carbon. Professor Jewett will knock my brains out for this.
Why don't you use one of the carbon crucibles? He won't know the difference. And I'll cover up for you.
All right. We'll try once more. But I only hope the carbon crucible doesn't stop any reaction we might otherwise get.
Using the carbon-lined crucible, Hall repeated his experiment, first melting the cryolite, then dissolving his aluminium ore in it. Soon the electrodes were ready and the current switched on.
Say, Brady, look, there's something happening here. Look at this, it's getting hotter.
Well, for the love of Pete, it's working.
Switch off. I'm going to have a look at the electrodes.
Well, what do you know about that? You've done it at last. Look!
Globules of aluminium. Look at them, Brady, little bits of aluminium. Why, I found it. I found it!
By a stroke of fortune, Charles Martin Hall had discovered the process by which aluminium is purified to this very day. Electrolysis was the answer, but only in the presence of carbon. And that was the secret which scientists had failed to find in 50 years of research. Hall's fortune was made, and although he spent 3 long years before he succeeded in interesting the industrialists, at last his company was formed. Originally, it was known as the Pittsburgh Reduction Company, but it has grown into the mighty Aluminium Company of America, known as Alcoa, the largest concern of its kind in the world. That was the luck of it. A chance remark by the foreman of a glass factory, a dropped crucible, and Charles Hall stumbled upon the discovery that has given the world all the cheap aluminium it can use. Hall's discovery was due in part to his own determination, but as you have heard, it was mainly a matter of luck.
The 2 authentic stories of the discovery of the screw propeller and the isolation of pure aluminium were dramatized by Lindsay Hardy from factual research material and were directed by Donovan Joyce. The performers included Grant Taylor, Kevin Gunn, Kevin Brennan, Lou Vernon, Charles McCullum, Alan Trevor, Ethel Gabriel, Douglas Herold, Peter Dunstan, and Norman Blackler. Your narrator was Ward Leopold, who invites you to listen again 1 week from now, same night, time, and station, for a further fascinating half hour of A Matter of Luck, a Donovan Joyce production.
A Matter of Luck. A program dedicated to the greatest inventor and scientific discoverer the world has known, Lady Luck, and bringing you in one complete 30-minute presentation 2 authentic and true stories of remarkable scientific achievement. Tonight we tell you of Thomas Alva Edison and Alesandro Volta, and how each became famous through a matter of luck. Thomas Alva Edison and a Matter of Luck. The name of Thomas Alva Edison will go down in history as that of a man who had possibly the most inventive mind of the 19th century. A man whose industry and talents were sufficient to solve almost any problem put to him. And yet, the invention for which he is most famous owes its birth to a matter of luck. From his earliest years, Edison had shown more than ordinary intelligence, not so much in the fields of science and invention as in business. But while he was still a youth, a chance accident altered the course of his life. He lived with his parents at Port Huron in Michigan, not far from Detroit, and one day he was walking near the train tracks.
What does that little girl think she's doing? Hey, little girl, keep away from the line. There's a train coming. Hey, keep away. Hey there. Now get away. You'll be run over. Look out for the train. Look out. Ooh, that was close. Too close for me. Young lady, you are the luckiest and the silliest girl in Michigan. Now, what's your name, eh? Oh, you weren't talking, eh? Well, it doesn't matter. I know you. You're the station master's little daughter. Now, come along. I'm going to take you home.
Young man, I'll never be able to thank you enough. If there's ever anything I can do to repay you for saving my daughter's life...
Well, sir, there is one thing you could do.
Well, speak up, then. Anything that's in my power.
Well, I've always wanted to see how the railway telegraph system works. You see, I'm rather interested in that kind of thing.
You are, eh? Well, just you come round to the station tomorrow and I'll show you all you'll ever want to know about it. Why, if you're that keen, I might even get you a job as an operator.
Would you do that, sir? Would you really?
Well, just you come round in the morning and we'll see.
And so Thomas Edison started work with the Grand Trunk Railroad as a telegraph operator. But the novelty of night duty soon wore off, and for the first time in his life, Edison turned to inventing. The railroad company had a rule that night operators were required to give a prescribed Morse signal every hour to indicate that they were awake. But Edison thought differently.
Oh, I'm darned if I'm going to stay awake all night for 2 or 3 messages that will wake me up when they come through anyway. Oh, let me think. Uh-huh. Yes, that'll do it. That'll send the hourly signal through. Yes, that'll do it perfectly.
Edison built his first gadget, a contrivance that worked from the station clock and sent the necessary signal for him. But one night...
Hey there! You in there! Wake up! Wake up!
All right, I'm coming. Oh, what's the matter?
You're supposed to stay awake on the job. The company doesn't pay you to sleep all night. If it wasn't that I got you the job... Uh-huh, what's this? Well, what do you know? Fix the clock and a couple of magnets to send your signal in for you, eh? Very clever.
Well, I didn't think it'd do any harm. I always wake up for signals, you know that.
If you're clever enough to think up a thing like this, you're wasting your time working here. Yes, sir. So, from now on, you don't. Get me?
Edison was soon looking for other worlds to conquer. He traveled about the United States studying and gaining invaluable experience, and by 1869, when he was 22, he was on the threshold of his career. He arrived in New York when that city was in the throes of a wild speculation in gold. 600 Wall Street brokers received their market prices by wire from the Gold Reporting Company. At the height of one day's furious trading, the ticker machines broke down at the company's headquarters, and by the merest chance, young Edison was nearby. He knew how the machines worked, and he seized the opportunity.
Well, where will I find the president of this company?
In the door there, but he's too busy to see anyone now.
He'll see me. I can fix the ticker machines. Dr. Laws, can you spare me a minute, sir?
Confound it, no. Get out of my way. Later, you fool. Can't you get the engineers here?
But, Dr. Laws, you don't want the engineers. You want me.
So I don't, eh? 600 brokers on my neck. The market crashing, my machine's not operating, and I have to listen to you. Get out! I'm ruined.
Just a minute, sir. I can fix your machine.
I said get out.
All right, if you want to be ruined.
Hey, just a minute. Can you really fix these things?
Yes, sir. I can.
Then get your coat off and start work. But I warn you, if you're fooling, I'll have you thrown in the Hudson River. And these infernal ticker machines after you.
Thomas Edison repaired the machines and averted a stock market debacle, and his fortune was made. We see him next set up in a workshop and laboratory in New Jersey with a staff of mechanics and technicians whose task was to improve telegraphy and communications generally. One invention after another flowed from his fertile brain. His were the brilliant inspirations, and the working models were made by the chief of his mechanics, a Swiss named Crucy. Then came a demand for a machine to record telegrams and retransmit them at 3 times the speed. And from this sprang Edison's most famous invention. The machine was soon designed, and Edison explained to Crucy, the mechanic, who was to build the first working model.
Now, see here, Crucy. I've thought it all out, and here's the first rough drawings of it.
The recorder and transmitter.
Yes. Now, this is how it works. A needle will press on this circular disc of waxed board as it revolves at a certain speed.
Yeah.
Say, 50 revolutions a minute.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah, I see.
As the message comes in over the wire, the needle will press down. A short press for a dot, a long press for a dash.
Yeah.
Thus scratching an impression of the dots and dashes in the wax on the disc.
That's very good, Mr. Edison. Very good.
Now, to transmit at a higher speed than we received, we simply let the pressed disc rotate faster under another needle. This needle follows the dots and dashes and will send out the message almost as fast as we like.
Yeah, I see that. Very good. You want me to work on it now?
Yeah, right away.
Soon the recorder was built, but certain modifications were necessary. One night, Edison was asleep in the workshop after a hard day, with Crucy working on the machine in another room, when an extraordinary occurrence took place.
Mr. Edison. Wake up, Mr. Edison. Wake up.
What is it?
Wake up and come quickly. Something I do not understand. Quickly.
What are you talking about?
The recording machine, it makes noises. It makes noises like a woman. It screams.
You gone mad?
Come, see for yourself if I am mad. It is the machine that has gone mad. The recording machine.
Oh, all right. But I wish you'd left me asleep.
Now then, Mr. Edison. I started going, yes?
Yes, turn it on. Turn it off. I can't stand that noise.
There. What manner of machine have we made?
I don't know, Crucy. But it's darned interesting. Now, let's have a look. First of all, the governor that controls the speed of the disc isn't working. So it runs at about 10 times too fast. Yeah, that's the first thing.
But what is it that makes the noise?
Well, this disc has been impressed with dots and dashes. And the needle runs over them at a very high speed.
Yeah.
The needle is agitated violently hundreds of times a second, and the noise results. Crucy, this gives me an idea.
Thomas Edison did not sleep that night, for the stroke of luck in the faulty recorder had shown him how to make a device such as the world had never seen. He sat until dawn with drawing board and pencils, and when the mechanic Crucy reported for work, the design was ready.
About this idea of yours last night.
Now sit down and listen, Crucy. This new machine is going to set the world by the ears. Now, first of all, here's what you do. You take a brass cylinder about 8 inches long and 3 in diameter.
Yeah?
The exact size doesn't matter. And cut a narrow spiral groove in it from one end to another.
Like the thread of a screw?
Yes, but shallower and finer. Say 50 to the inch.
Yeah?
Then mount it on an axle that can be turned by a crank handle. Got that?
Yeah, I have got it, but...
Then build this membrane and needle attachment I've drawn here, just as you see it in the drawing.
Yeah, but what is this thing? What does it do?
I'll tell you all that in good time.
Soon the apparatus was built and ready, and Edison gathered what he hoped were to be the first people in the world to hear his remarkable demonstration. Engineers and staff gathered round, none with the slightest inkling of what they were about to witness.
You will all have to be perfectly quiet, gentlemen. Not a sound, please. Crucy, turn the crank slowly.
Yeah.
I shall speak into this tin horn while Crucy cranks. Well, here we go. Mary had a little lamb. Its fleece was white as snow. And everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go. Now hold your breaths, everyone. Crucy, put the needle back to the start and turn again at the same speed.
Yeah.
Mary had a little lamb. Its fleece was white as snow. And everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go.
Wow.
Yeah, but upon my soul, the thing talked. I heard it.
That, gentlemen, was an instrument I have decided to call the phonograph, meaning the writing of the voice. And I can tell you that never in my whole life have I experienced such a thrill. I have registered the human voice and reproduced it for the first time in history.
And so, a few days before Christmas of 1876, the phonograph was born. The instrument that has brought the world's music and the voices of the world's artists to millions of people in every country on earth. But until Thomas Edison's telegraph recording machine made its scratchy wailing through chance and a fault in its mechanism, the idea of the phonograph had never entered his head, and possibly never would have. So it is true to say that the invention of the phonograph and the gramophones and radiograms that derive from it was not a matter of intent. No, indeed, it was merely a matter of luck.
In just 1 minute, we shall tell you another fascinating true story, that of Alesandro Volta. At the moment, we pause for a word from our announcer.
Back now to our narrator and cast for the second unusual but true story in our program, A Matter of Luck.
Alesandro Volta and A Matter of Luck. One evening in 1790, a professor of medicine was lecturing to his pupils in his home at Bologna in Italy. On this occasion, which was to be of such importance in the history of natural science, the professor and his listeners were in the chief room of the house, which, in accordance with the custom of the day, was drawing room, lecture room, bedroom, and kitchen in one. So that while the professor lectured on one side, his good wife prepared the evening meal on the other. His name was Aloisio Galvani, and on this particular evening, his wife was skinning frogs for supper with the steel scalpel he normally used for dissections and surgery. Unhygienic, but true.
Oh, my poor Aloisio. You love your frog's legs for supper, but the work you make for me. Donna Maria, here is a fat one. Come, little fat frog, off with your skin. So, we peel a little here and a little there. Ow! Oh!
What is this, Signora? You have cut yourself with a scalpel, yes?
Aloisio, I have been skinning a live frog.
A live one? Oh, so the butcher boy plays a little joke, eh? He sells us a live frog among the dead ones, the better to scare the Sonora. Ha! Now, silence, silence! This is no laughing matter, gentlemen. Now, my dear, which is the live frog?
This one that is half skinned.
But, my dear, no frog could be deader. See!
It was alive a minute ago. It nearly jumped off the platter.
My dear, you must be mistaken. This frog is not only dead, but has been for some time. Here, try it for yourself.
I don't care, Aloisio. I don't care what it smells like. It jumped and it twisted. I saw it.
Show me. Let me see it move a muscle.
But now it will not move. It won't move at all. But, Aloisio, I swear by all the saints it did. Twice before.
Show me exactly what you did before. Exactly.
Well, I laid it on the plate, thus, and placed the scalpel, thus, and skinned it. There, see?
Well, upon my soul, woman, move it did. What devil's work is this, or have we made a discovery? The tin plate, steel scalpel. Wife, I have it. I've discovered the primary source of life. Animal electricity. Animal electricity, that's what it is. I cannot wait. I must go at once to the university. Oh, what a discovery I've made. What a miracle.
Aloisio Galvani rushed post-haste to the university to spread the news of his remarkable discovery, concealing the fact that it was his wife's discovery anyway. There he commenced a series of experiments designed to throw more light on the nature of this newly discovered phenomenon. Soon it became known as galvanism, and scientists gathered from all over Italy to hear Signor Galvani tell his tale of the twitching frog's leg and the deduction he had so cleverly drawn from it. Among these was a professor of physics from the University of Pavia, Alesandro Volta, a man of great intelligence and resource. He was intrigued by Galvani's discovery, and at the first opportunity went to his house at Bologna to hear at first hand exactly what had happened.
Your name, sir? I did not catch your name.
Alesandro Volta, senor, at your service.
Volta? Volta? No, I cannot say I've heard the name. However, pray come in. I may be able to spare you a few moments.
Oh, you are too kind, senor, and I shall take as little of your time as possible.
You are a scientist?
Well, yes, though of course not of your eminence. I am from the University of Pavia, where I lecture in physics.
Ah, yes, of course, Pavia. We have surpassed you here in Bologna these last few months, eh, Volta? Eh?
Oh, undoubtedly. We have not men of your caliber, nor men of your great, well, shall we say, intuition. I am referring to your discovery of animal electricity.
We are using the expression galvanism at the present, in a manner of speaking, a compliment to me.
I beg your pardon. Galvanism by all means. Now, senor, I am here to learn. What can you tell me about it?
You must be behind the times at Pavia. Further behind than I thought. It is quite obvious that I've discovered the prime source of life, the force that distinguishes living creatures from the dust.
Quite so. But how did you come to this conclusion?
Oh, I saw the truth at once, the moment the frog's leg moved.
Upon what Upon what was the frog's leg resting?
Oh, what does it matter? That has nothing to do with it.
Oh, quite so, quite so. Merely idle curiosity. Pray go on.
Oh, very well, very well. The frog's leg twitched, and I said to myself, Lucille Galvani, under what compulsion does that dead creature move? You know the answer, Signor Volta?
Yes. Animal electricity.
Oh, really, Professor Volta? Galvanism!
Oh, 1,000 pardons. So that is the story. You saw the frog's leg move. You know it was dead, so you saw the answer immediately.
That is so, Signor.
And knowing that in all human experience, dead creatures did not move.
I am the discoverer of the life force.
Well, that is extremely interesting. Now I must not presume further on your kindness. But before I go, what was the frog resting on? A table? Upon pottery? Earthenware?
It was resting on a tin plate.
Ah, a tin plate. And did anything else touch it? A hand? Perhaps a knife? A fork?
My wife was skinning its leg with a steel scalpel. Now I must ask you to excuse me, Signor. I'm very, very busy these days, and I hope my work will help you here in Pavia.
Your work won't help, my friend. But maybe the discovery you stumbled on will.
Back in Pavia, Alesandro Volta set out on his own account to find why a frog's muscles should twitch as they had done for Galvani, although he was convinced that Galvani was both stupid and vain to jump at so ridiculous an explanation without a moment's thought. Volta duplicated the conditions in Signora Galvani's kitchen with the tin plate, the steel scalpel, the frog's flayed thigh, and exactly the same twitchings took place. But Volta then went a step further with a bold theory. He reasoned that the frog played a very minor part in the phenomenon, and that some other agency was at work. But his friend Giuseppe was becoming impatient and did not hesitate to say so.
My good friend, how much longer are you going to potter and stoop over this problem? I am beginning to think that Del Galvani was a fraud, that the frogs were alive all the time.
Ah, no, Giuseppe. We cannot believe that. We have demonstrated too often and before too many witnesses.
Then if the frogs were not bewitched and Galvani is wrong, what is the truth about it?
I think I know. But first, I must test my theory. Now, Giuseppe, you have seen the frogs jump when the scalpel touches them.
Yes.
And you think it is from some force coming from the dead frogs.
Of course, that is obvious.
Well, I do not agree. I think this, that whenever moisture comes between two different metals, an electric potential is produced, and the frog therefore merely acted as a conductor between the metal plate and the metal scalpel. If I am right, Giuseppe, imagine what would happen if you connected together hundreds of metal plates with hundreds of frogs and hundreds of scalpels.
I can imagine, with hundreds of frogs in the room.
If I am right, if my theory is right, we would have an electric storehouse that we could tap at will. Now I am going to start experimenting at once, using every combination of every metal known, and you can help.
I can? How?
Out you go, and don't come back until you have a bucket containing 100 frogs.
Volta's experiments have gone down in history, and he has given his name to the unit of electromotive force, the volt. But before the story is ended, there was still another encounter with Galvani.
Ah, Signor Volta, I have traveled all the way from Bologna to pick a bone with you.
Oh, indeed? Well, first come in and sit down.
Yes.
Now then, what have I done to offend you?
You have stolen my discovery. I have heard about you and your experiments.
Good. Then I need not tell you the results of them.
On the contrary, I insist on hearing, so that I may take proper steps to have you dealt with.
As you please. Now, first of all, I have proved your animal electricity story quite wrong.
Prove me wrong? Prove me wrong, you say?
Yes. The frog's legs had almost nothing to do with the force you found. It was caused by moisture between two different metals.
Ha! Nonsense. It's a farrago of nonsense.
Then examine at your leisure this contrivance I have built. It is the first source of electric current the world has seen. And in deference to you, I have named it the galvanic element.
That is only just.
But that is not what my friends insist on calling it.
Indeed?
No. Some of them have named it the voltaic pile in my honor, while others, and I prefer this name, have called it the electric battery.
From the lucky accident in Signora Galvani's kitchen came the electric battery, or voltaic pile. For many years, the only source of electric current known to man, and still in use today in 1,001 different ways. For Volta, it was but a single step from his discovery of the true nature of Galvani's force to its utilization, making the battery, with which electrical engineering began its conquest of the world. As for Galvani, he was still proclaiming his opinion when he died in 1798 that he had found the life force. So his name has come down to us even though he did not deserve his fame. But Volta's electric battery came about by a matter of luck. Volta had never dreamed of a battery and did not know the principle upon which one could work until Galvani's wife touched the leg of a dead frog lying on a tin plate and made it jump. Surely no matter of intent, just a matter of luck.
The two authentic stories of the discovery of the phonograph and the electric battery were dramatized by Lindsay Hardy from factual research material and were directed by Donovan Joyce. The performers included Richard Ashley, Douglas Herold, Alan Trevor, Reginald Collins, Norman Blackler, Billy Lockwood, David McGoffin, and David Lowe. Your narrator was Ward Leopold, who invites you to listen again 1 week from now, same night, time, and station, for a further fascinating half hour of A Matter of Luck, a Donovan Joyce production.
A Matter of Luck. A program dedicated to the greatest inventor and scientific discoverer the world has known, Lady Luck, and bringing you in one complete 30-minute presentation two authentic and true stories of remarkable scientific achievement. Tonight we tell you of Rudolf Diesel and Joseph May, and how each became famous through a matter of luck. Rudolf Diesel and a Matter of Luck. This is a story of mixed luck, of good and bad. And to tell it, we shall first start almost at the end, on a day in the year 1913, when a very angry man stood in an office of the Admiralty in Berlin's Wilhelmstrasse and actually shouted at a high official.
You say you want my engines. Well, be definite. How many do you want? When do you want them? Give me a contract. I have the plant, the men, the equipment, and the materials for a large order, and I can start right away. For 2 years I have been ready, waiting for you people to make up your minds. I cannot waste time any further.
There are certain tests, my dear Diesel.
Tests? My engine has passed its tests. You know it's the best of its kind in the world. You yourself have told me it's ideal for installation in our submarines. Now you say tests.
But surely you must realize that it's a big decision to put all our eggs in one basket for our submarine engine. And we must proceed.
All right, then. You have 1 week in which to make up your minds. If by today week no contract arrives, I shall consider myself free to sell my invention abroad.
What?
Rudolf Diesel was not a man to be trifled with. For years he'd been kicked around Germany by big business and officialdom, and he'd had enough. Rudolf Diesel, you see, had invented a revolutionary type of engine, and this is how he stumbled upon its secret, with 2 smiles from Lady Luck. In the year 1889, after completing postgraduate research at the Munich Polytechnic Institute, Diesel was working in Paris, manager of a firm making refrigerating machinery. A big job in those days for a young man of 31, and dreaming of inventing an engine which would be more efficient than any then known. One day he was instructing a workman in the refrigerator factory when he set in chain a long series of important events.
Come here, Jacques. Now, here's what I want you to do. Do you understand what is happening here?
Not completely, monsieur.
Very well, then, pay attention. This machine here is a compressor, pumping air under high pressure into the air bottle.
This row of cylinders, monsieur?
Yes. Now, before you see a master gauge, showing what pressure is contained within the cylinders. Is that understood?
Yes, I understand.
You will watch the gauge, and when it says 30 kilograms to the square centimeter, you will open the valve, not enough to let out all our compressed air, but just enough to keep the pressure at 30 kilos.
30 kilos, monsieur.
That is right. Take care the pressure does not rise beyond, or we run the risk of an explosion.
I will take care, monsieur. 30 kilos. 30 kilos.
Now take another letter, if you please. Herr Gustav von Beulen and Halbach, 32 Friedrichstrasse, Berlin.
Monsieur Diesel! Monsieur Diesel!
Now, what is it? What would I give for 10 good German mechanics instead of these infernal Frenchmen?
Come quickly, monsieur. But quickly.
What is the matter?
The cylinder pressure, monsieur, it rises. Already it has ascended to 40 kilos of
Then
pressure.
do as I told you. Open the valve.
But I cannot. The valve, the little wheel, she is stuck fast. She will not move.
All right, then. I shall attend to it. Hurry and find me spanners. Now hold fast. Grasp the spanner and pull with all your strength while I tap. Ready? Pull harder. Do you want the pressure to rise until our cylinder bursts and blows us both to perdition? Harder, man, harder.
I pull with all my strength, monsieur.
Then brace yourself. Put your other arm about the cylinder. Now.
Ah!
What is it?
I am burnt, monsieur.
Now, confound your burns. Hold that cylinder. There is the valve freed, but all our air escaping. Never mind, it is better than an explosion.
But my arm, monsieur, my arm.
Come, it cannot be so bad. Let me see. But it is. That is a bad burn, Jacques. I had no idea. I had no idea the compressed air would be hot enough to burn you. It must have been almost red hot. Hot enough to set the shop on fire. Yes. Hot enough to ignite a fuel, perhaps. Yes, indeed.
From the mechanic being accidentally burned against the cylinder of compressed air came Rudolf Diesel's first glimpse of the principle on which his dreamed-about engine might work. It is a physical fact that when air is compressed, its temperature rises. The greater the pressure, the greater the heat. And this was the foundation of his new idea.
Suppose a piston were made to work in a cylinder closed at one end, so that as it moved, it compressed the air trapped within the closed end. This air would be tremendously heated, and if at the precise instant a fuel were injected, it would burn and thrust the piston down the cylinder with great power. But the fuel...
Yes, what was he to use for fuel in this revolutionary engine? He learned by another matter of luck at a fashionable reception given in a Paris salon.
Ah, my dear Rudolf, how correct, how German you look tonight.
I trust you approve, Duchess. It is the duty of every good German to be correct.
In all things?
Of course, in all things. Why?
Oh, I was just thinking of that little war we so recently had, your country and mine.
Madame, what is finished, and this is the year 1889. Surely 14 years is long enough to forget in.
Yes, of course it is, and I am a wretched hostess to chide you with it.
If there is one thing quite certain, it is that France and Germany have quarreled their last quarrel. Never again will we be at war.
Dear me, I hope you are right. Oh, now let us forget such serious matters. Come and meet some of the other guests. Monsieur Chambray.
Ah, Duchess.
May I present the so distinguished engineer, Herr Rudolf Diesel.
A pleasure, Herr Diesel. I am about to take a cigar on the terrace. You will join me?
I should be delighted, Monsieur Chambray.
The terrace is pleasantly cool after the heat inside. May I offer you a light?
Thank you. What is that? That device you have there.
Yes? Oh, just a trinket I had given me. A cigar lighter.
Yes, but how does it work?
My dear Diesel, I haven't the faintest idea.
May I see it?
Well, of course. Here?
A little cylinder with a piston inside. You press the plunger. Ah, of course. The air inside is compressed, it heats, a fuel ignites, we have a flame. Monsieur Chambray, what is the fuel you burn in this?
Oh, something I get from an apothecary in the Rue de Vache.
The smell is familiar. Paraffin, maybe? No, but some volatile derivative of petroleum, that I'll swear. Monsieur Chambray, I must leave at once.
You leave? Oh, but why?
You have made a remarkable discovery for me, Chambray, and I cannot waste a moment to act upon it. Please give my apologies to our hostess.
The cigar lighter had given Diesel the clue he needed for his fuel. Crude oil was what he wanted, and the next 4 years were spent in research, experiments, and analysis. Then, in 1893, he applied for a patent on his first but as yet unbuilt diesel engine, and published a book describing its theory, only to find that he was scoffed at and derided on every side. On every side, that was, but one. That one was the firm of Krupps. They invited Diesel to join their staff, to use their facilities. And joyful of the recognition, Diesel agreed. He set to work and built his engine. It ran like a watch. And then a few months later, Rudolf Diesel began to smell a rat, large and odoriferous.
May I speak to you, Herr Krupps?
Certainly, Herr Diesel. What is troubling you?
The patent for my engine.
Oh, but what is there to worry about?
I have received no papers. As you know, I applied for this patent last year, and when I joined this firm, your office promised to look after all the legal formalities. But nothing so far has happened. Surely if a patent is being issued in my name, there should be...
In your name, Herr Diesel? Surely there must be some mistake.
What do you mean, mistake?
The patent for your engine is progressing satisfactorily, but surely when you ask that it be patented in your name, you are perhaps forgetful of the facilities granted you by this firm?
I do not understand. It is my engine, is it not?
My dear Herr Diesel, let us be clear. You made some theoretical investigations into the use of crude oil. Krupps offered you facilities for continuing your investigation as a servant of the company, which you accepted. As a result of the facilities given you, the materials, the workmen, the laboratory, you designed a nice new little engine, which of course is being patented under the name of Krupps.
You have patented it as a Krupps engine?
Well, of course. Who else's name?
But that is robbery.
Of course, you as designer will get a royalty, a percentage of the profits.
Herr Krupps, I shall sue you in the court.
You will lose against Krupps.
Maybe I will. But if I do, I can still beat you.
Patent this engine. Sell it. Reap all the profits, and I shall still beat you.
Oh? How?
By designing another engine. Better than that one that you have stolen. That is how, Herr Krups.
Diesel left the firm of Krupp and labored hard and long on an improved engine. 10 years later, when the patent on the first diesel engine, held by Krupps, ran out, he was ready and immediately offered for sale the new diesel engine. It was a sensation. He offered it to the German Admiralty. Krupps were interested in getting that contract with the old engine. Krupps were powerful. Frederick Alfred Krupps was a member of the Reichstag. The Admiralty stalled, with the result that in 1913, Rudolf Diesel issued his ultimatum.
If by today week no contract arrives, I shall consider myself free to sell my invention abroad.
To a nation plotting war, this was disastrous news. The contract did not arrive. Diesel acted. In England, the British Diesel Company was formed. Diesel prepared to leave for England, taking with him the secrets of the sensational engine.
I am sorry to leave Germany, but I have my own rights to consider. I am not satisfied with the honesty, sincerity, or patriotism of German statesmen or German businessmen. I sail on Sunday night from Antwerp for England.
Accompanied by two colleagues from a French firm interested in his engine, Monsieur Georges Carrels and Monsieur Luckmann, Rudolf Diesel boarded the SS Dresden at Antwerp on the Sunday night as planned. She was due at Harwich next morning. But when she arrived...
I'm sorry to have to announce that sometime last night or this morning, one of the passengers, Herr Rudolf Diesel, was lost at sea. A search of the ship failed to reveal any sign of him, and in view of the calm weather, it must be presumed that he committed suicide.
A month later, the dripping, lifeless body of Rudolf Diesel was hauled aboard a Dutch fishing boat at the mouth of the Escant River in the Scheldt estuary. And so, bad luck came to Rudolf Diesel. But at least, he had had the supreme happiness of knowing that he had given the world a miraculous new engine, which to this very day, as it should, bears his name. But as you have heard, Rudolf Diesel's invention was due to two things: a workman's burnt arm and a guest at a party with a cigar-lighting gadget. Those two things put together show that the invention of the diesel engine was not so much a matter of intent as another matter of luck.
In just 1 minute, we shall tell you our second fascinating story, that of Joseph May. In the meantime, you'll be interested to hear this.
Back now to our narrator and cast for the second unusual but true story in our program, A Matter of Luck.
Joseph May and A Matter of Luck. In a certain sense, It is true to say that a radiogramophone is an electronic voice, a microphone an electronic ear, and the devices used in certain factories to detect the presence of poisonous vapors could be described as electronic noses. But there is still another modern miracle which duplicates another human sense, and its discovery was purely a matter of luck. It came about in an almost eerie way, and appropriately enough, it took place in Ireland, home of the fairies, the leprechauns, and the wee folk. In 1873, the engineer Cyrus Field had completed the laying of his transatlantic telegraph cable, whose European terminus was at Valencia, on Ireland's western coast. And one of the telegraph operators engaged at Valencia was Joseph May, a young man of more than ordinary intelligence, and, as it happened, with an unusually keen sense of hearing. It was a bright sunny afternoon when the story begins, with May at work in the cable terminus.
Oh, good day to you, Joseph. Right on time I am. Oh, begorra, it's a hot day outside. It's good you pulled the blind down and kept the room cool for me. What's been happening on the cable, Joseph, my boy? Anything interesting?
Hold your tongue a minute, Pat, till I get this message down. Divil a mistake if I made this shift, and I don't want to spoil my record now. That's the end of it.
You through for the day?
5 minutes to go.
I'll be off with you to your Colleen. What's 5 minutes more when a man's got to work all night? I'll take over now.
Oh, it's an appetite I have this night, and mutton and potatoes to be eaten by me fireside. Well, there's me key, and there's me seat. I've been keeping it warm for you.
And me with all night before me. Ah, well, good day to you, Joseph. And see you on time in the morning.
Have I ever been late?
Not since Michael O'Houlihan's wedding, you haven't.
Oh, Pat, now, by the by, I want you to listen for something when you're working tonight.
And what might that be?
Well, it's a sort of low humming. So low that I'm thinking I only imagine it. Then when it seems to have gone, there it is again.
Faith, it must be a pixie playing tricks on you, boy. I never hear a humming. Is it all night or all day or when?
Well, generally late in the afternoon when the sun gets down. I never hear it at night, but you might.
Oh, it's imagining things, yeah, Joseph. Now, away with you to your supper, or it's waiting for you at the door, your Colleen will be, and a shillelagh in a hand.
Well, more likely a cup and something to keep the cold out. Good night.
Good night to you. Hummings in his ears, eh? Faith, and when he's been married as long as I have, he'll get more than hummings in his ears.
That night, Pat listened, but heard nothing but Morse. But Joseph May was certain about the humming, although no one else seemed to hear it but him. And as time went on, he determined to find what was the cause of it. Weeks went by, and then when all his efforts to solve the mystery had failed, he began to worry, thinking that perhaps his ears were at fault, the ears he depended on for his livelihood. And his wife noticed that something was amiss.
What's the matter with you, Joseph May? Is it tired of me already, you are? And us not married a 12 months?
Oh, don't be silly, Mavourneen. What do you want to be thinking like that for?
Because for weeks now you come home from the cable station as if you had the cares of all Ireland on your shoulders.
Oh, yeah, then I'll tell you. I think maybe I'm sickening for something and have to be looking for different work.
And what might you be sickening for? I never saw a man better fed, nor looking healthier for matter of that.
Well, every afternoon I hear an intermittent humming noise. Patrick and the others swear I imagine it, but there it is.
Every afternoon?
Well, no. Me desk's nearest the window where the sun shines in. That's where I hear it most. If the sun isn't shining, I don't hear a thing. But away go the clouds, and there's me humming again.
Oh, it's worrying about nothing you are, Joseph. Faith, anyone would hear noises if they had to listen to the cable all day.
But I tell you, Mavourneen, I'm the only one it happens to, and it never happens in the morning. Just light in the afternoon.
I wonder if it's your eyes are giving you trouble. The glare from the sun might upset your eyes and give you a buzzing in the ears.
No, I'm sure it's something else. Something in the equipment.
Well, don't worry any more about it tonight.
All right, Mavourneen. No more tonight. But Faith, I hope I don't have to leave the cable office. I like it there.
I know you do.
I can never forget the wonder of it. There sits a man in New York, tapping out messages with a key, while I sit listening 3,000 miles away, yet as close as if you were in the next room.
Sure. It's a wonderful thing, the cable.
Oh, it is wonderful as the things we'll be seeing someday. One day, mark my words, my Vorneen, one day we'll transmit pictures instead of words, instead of sounds. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
It's making fun of me, you are, Joseph. Send pictures along a wire? Away with you.
Oh, it wouldn't be so difficult if we could find out how to make light vary a current. If we could turn variations of light into variations in electricity, it could be done.
Now it's mysteries you're talking that I don't understand. If your ears buzz all day, it's more rest you need, and so to bed with you. And tomorrow stop your worrying, and let the buzzing look after itself.
And so, as time went on, Joseph May began to take the humming for granted. His hearing remained normal, and his health was perfect. So he concluded that either his imagination was playing him tricks, or else there was some fault in his receiving equipment that he could not find. Then, on a particularly sunny day in midsummer, luck played into his hands, and he knew at last that one of his cable instruments was at fault.
Oh, it's me coat I'm taking off, Patrick, before I cook with the heat. Oh, never did I see the sun of old Ireland beat down like this.
Then when you've pulled off your coat, you can pull down the blind a little to keep some of it out till sunset.
That's the thing I'll be doing. There, is that better for you?
Aye, that's better. Except for the bit with a hole in it.
You know, I'll just move some of this equipment and give myself a bit more room. There. Here, me lad, you sit over there.
Hey, what is it you're doing with your resistor? That's a delicate instrument, Joseph, and not to be pushed about like that.
I'm taking care, Patrick. Give it a bit of harm if I do... Patrick! Patrick, listen!
And now what's got into you? Is it the humming you're hearing again?
By God, that's just what it is. Do you tell me you cannot hear it? Come here and listen.
Faith? Is the humming all right?
I can't use the receiver like that. The humming will drown me signals.
Then I'll help you connect a spare one. Then we'll pull this one to pieces and find what's wrong. Well, my boy, there before us lies a complete receiver. Perfect in every way. Will you tell me what's the matter with it?
Faith, I've tested it piece by piece. Devil a thing is wrong. Yeah, we put it together again and it works as good as new. Yeah, it must be bewitched by the wee folk.
Joseph May lay awake all that night, tossing and turning as the mystery of the humming code receiver went back and forth in his mind. Then he came to a decision, and he could hardly wait to see his friend Patrick at work the following afternoon.
Patrick, here's what we're going to do. We're going to arrange everything as it was when the humming started last night at exactly the same time, and see what happens.
Well, just as you say, my boy. But I don't see the sense of it myself. Now, where were we? The resistor was here, and the key plate was here.
No, I moved the resistor, don't you remember?
No, sure, I remember. It was right here after you took your coat off.
Ah, that's right. And that was there. Now then, let's have a look. Ah, the blind. We had the blind drawn very down. Ah. Now then, that's exactly how it was. Oh, but there's no humming.
You haven't switched on the receiver.
What? Oh, the devil I haven't. There.
By the hills of Dannemora. What's that? The instrument is perfect, but the humming goes on. What is the matter with it?
Now it's stopped.
What did you do?
Oh, I didn't do anything.
Well, move your hand out of the light so I can see the thing properly.
Patrick! Patrick O'Shaughnessy, do you know what it is? It hums when the sun shines on it through that hole in the blind. Look! I move my hand so the sun shines on it. It starts. Cut off the sunbeam from the window, it stops. Whatever that resistor is coated with reacts electronically to sunlight. Ah, I've made a discovery. A marvelous discovery. That's why my instrument was the only one to buzz. It was the only one in the sunbeams in the window. And you know what it is on that resistor? It's selenium.
Joseph May, without even knowing what he was looking for, had discovered the principle of the selenium, or photoelectric cell, the uncanny little instrument that governs the flow of current in proportion to the amount of light that falls upon it, and which is used in 100 ways to perform the duties of an electric eye. Television, That most modern of miracles depends upon it. And it can be made to do 1,000 things, from counting traffic to opening the door of a millionaire's garage as his car approaches. But Joseph May's discovery was pure luck. His code receiver was coated with selenium, and his desk was beside the window. He pulled down the blind and moved his resistor straight into the beam of sunlight coming through the hole in the blind. Other inventors seized on his discovery and made much of it. But of all discoveries, May's was the least a matter of intent. It was purely a matter of luck.
The two authentic stories of the discovery of the photoelectric cell and the diesel engine were dramatized by Lindsay J. Hardy from factual research material and were directed by Donovan Joyce. The performers included Richard Ashley, Leonard Teal, Kevin Brennan, Brenda Harvey, Harvey Adams, Grant Taylor, Irene Harper, John O'Malley, and David Lowe. Your narrator was Ward Leopold, who invites you to listen again 1 week from now, same night, time, and station, for a further fascinating half hour of A Matter of Luck, a Donovan Joyce production.
A Matter of Luck. A program dedicated to the greatest inventor and scientific discoverer the world has known, Lady Luck, and bringing you in one complete 30-minute presentation 2 authentic and true stories of remarkable scientific achievement. Tonight we tell you of James Watt and Samuel Morse, and how each became famous through a matter of luck. James Watt, and a matter of luck. The small town of Greenock in Scotland is not particularly noted. It has no great cathedral, no famous seats of learning, no historic castle wrapped about with legend and tradition, no sprawling factories to swell its population, but to be remembered, it needs none of these. For it is the birthplace of a man who, above all others, changed the face of the world, who contributed more than any other to the industrial revolution that turned England into a true empire. That man was James Watt, who took labor out of the hands of men and beasts and put it into the hands of machines. We first meet James Watt in the year 1756 in London, whither he had gone a year before as a young man of 19 to set up shop as a scientific instrument maker.
Give you good day, Master Watt. Plaguey thick fog we have today.
Oh, good day, sir. Plaguey it is indeed, and ruining my health day by day.
Ah, yes, one must be born and bred to London to thrive in it. It's a nasty cough you have.
Some days it gripes my very entrails like the devil himself. What is it, sir? You have work for me?
Work I have for you, from Dr. Solomon of Queen Anne's Walk. It is a delicate balance which requires...
Pray do not describe it, sir. I am doing no more work in London.
The deuce you are not. Oh, that's bad news for those who want instruments repaired. You're leaving London town?
As soon as I finish what I've already contracted to do and can set my affairs in order. The moment that is done, I shall step aboard the first northbound coach and not tarry till I breathe the clear air of Scotland.
Well, I wish you Godspeed on your journey, and better health when you arrive. Upon my soul, it's a plaguey bad cough, plaguey bad. You should see Solomon. He's a good leech for coughs and agues.
And so, after his brief sojourn in London, James Watt returned to his native heath. But instead of living at home at Greenock, as his parents expected, he opened a shop in Glasgow. And although his health was not robust, it improved the moment he was away from the murks and mists of the Thames estuary. It was in Glasgow that Lady Luck, heavily disguised as the blackest ill fortune, first took a hand in his affairs. Watt was extremely good at his trade and had quickly acquired a connection with professors and students from the university. But this was no good to the powerful Scottish guilds, for one day a caller arrived at his shop.
Ah, you will be Master James Watt, I presume?
That is so, sir. What is your pleasure?
I'm very much afraid, Master Watt, that I'm the bearer of ill tidings. Yes, ill tidings that you're not going to enjoy.
Oh? And who may you be?
Master Watt, I represent the Guild and Association of Guilds to which your calling of instrument maker belongs, and it's my duty to tell you that you must shut your shop forthwith.
Shut my shop, indeed? And why, may I ask? What have I done to offend you?
It's not what you've done, Master Watt. It's what you've omitted to do.
Then, sir, will you be kind enough to explain? I attend the kirk and I offer offence to no man. Why must I close my shop?
Because of the terms of our charter. Now, it's laid down...
Your pardon. Will you be kind enough to wait, sir? I'll attend to you in a moment. As you were saying...
It is laid down in our charter and incorporated in law that no man may practice any of our trades without first serving his apprenticeship. Now, Master Watt, have you served such an apprenticeship?
Well, no. But I know more of my trade than any man in Glasgow. Instead of me serving an apprenticeship to many instrument makers, they should serve one with me. The idea is ridiculous.
Yeah, that may be so, and then it may not. But a statute is a statute, Master Watt. And until you've served 7 years articled to an approved instrument maker, you will shut your doors, and keep 'em shut, or suffer the penalty at law. Do you understand?
Aye, I understand. But there's nary a scrap of sense in it that I can see. No, nor justice either.
You're not required to see sense, Master Watt. You're merely required to shut your doors. See that you do so. Good day.
And now, sir, My apologies for keeping you waiting. The more so since it appears that I can do nothing for you.
Permit me to introduce myself, Master Watt. My name is Black, Joseph Black, lecturer in chemistry at the university, at your service.
Your servant, sir. I suppose you overheard what our friend from the guilds had to say.
Upon my soul, I could not help it. If I may say so, you've been taking a little too much of your competitors' business. You're too good for them.
And a wee scrap of good it's done me.
Aye. All this talk of laws and statutes is fiddle-faddle. These fellows from the guilds never grind their axes so sharp as when they've something to gain from it. Well, I suppose I shall have to take my business somewhere else, little as I've a taste for it.
I fear so, sir.
But, wait. I've an idea. Most of your work comes from the university, does it not?
Aye. 4 jobs out of 5 at least.
I thought so. It was Sinclair who recommended you to me. Now listen. Why do you not set up your shop in the university grounds?
And how will that be to my advantage?
Don't you see, man? The guilds have no authority over the university.
None at all. I can trade there?
With impunity. The guilds may not even enter our grounds without the Chancellor's authority. And to thank, we have good King James VI, God bless him.
Then I shall do so, and never forget my good fortune that you happened in here at just such a time.
It is my pleasure, Master Watt. I see a tavern across your street. Shall we drink perdition to the guilds and health to King James?
By a stroke of incredibly good luck, James Watt was able to continue his profession, not in ordinary surroundings, but in the special atmosphere of the university. Between him and his newfound friend, Professor Black, there soon developed a close bond, all of which was beneficial to Watt. For contrary to the widely held belief, at this time he knew nothing of steam, and cared less for steam engines. By 1760, there was already a steam engine in existence, that of Newcomen. But this was a crude affair whose use was restricted to pumping water out of mines. And Watt's interest in steam began when Joseph Black walked into his workshop carrying a strange-looking apparatus.
Jimmy! Jimmy, where are you?
Coming, Joseph.
Here's a thing that'll tickle your fancy, Jamie. I'll wager you cannot tell what it is.
That I cannot. A wee weirdie if ever I saw one. What is it?
It's a model of Newcomen's steam engine, and it has something amiss. I want you to put it right.
If I am to mend it first, you must show me how it works. Of all the queer contraptions.
Now look closely. This, shaped like a kettle, is the boiler, and beneath it you build a fire. The water boils, steam flows through this pipe to the cylinder, this. And now watch. In the cylinder moves a piston, and steam entering pushes it up like this. When it's raised, cold water squirts in. The steam's condensed. There's a vacuum in the cylinder, and air pressure forces the piston down again.
And all worked by steam.
Yes. Jamie, I must hurry. I'll leave this with you for as long as you take to mend it. And if you canna, I don't know who can.
The engine interested James Watt more than anything he'd ever seen, and not content to work on it by day only, he took it home to explore its mysteries and study the properties of steam. By this time, he was newly married to a distant cousin, one Margaret Miller, and history records that she found the Newcomen engine tiresome, to say the least.
Maggie, my bonny wee lass, hurry up with supper, for I've me engine to get back to as quick as can be.
I declare, James Watt, if that horrid belching thing was a little shapelier, you'd chase me away and marry it instead.
There's no way to talk of a thing that could change the way of the world, Maggie.
All that engine could change, James Watt, is the colour of my curtains. It's back in Killicranky I should be this minute. Smoke and steam from daylight to dusk.
Oh, lassie, bear with it a little longer. I've finished mending it, but I cannot bring myself to return it to Joseph Black. Not until I know why it behaves as it does.
It behaves the way Master Newcomen meant it to, doesn't it?
Listen, and I'll try and explain it to you. Now, the boiler makes a certain amount of steam, and all the steam goes into the cylinder. But how much work does it do?
It makes a muckle of work for me, keeping the house clean after it.
The steam loses its power somehow, and that's what I mean to find out. Aye, Maggie, when I find out how to put the steam to work properly, I'll have an engine to do anything I like with. Anything.
What James Watt said was true. The Newcomen engine was so crude, with its cylinder full of steam 1 minute and cold water the next, that it could scarcely be called an engine at all. To make it work, its steam had to be condensed, and this meant that during every stroke the cylinder was alternately heated, then chilled, heated, then chilled. Soon winter came on, and with it the stroke of luck, the flash of inspiration that gave James Watt and the world the modern steam engine. We see him at home once more, still racking his brains over what seemed to be an insoluble problem.
There must be a way. There must be a way. Steam enters, the piston goes up.
Jamie! Let me in, Jamie. I haven't the key.
Oh, I'm coming, Lassie. Oh, come in, laddie. Oh, Lassie, you must be frozen to the bone. I should have gone to MacDougall's for you. It's a raw, cold night tonight.
Ah, it is that, Jamie. Oh, let me warm myself before I get your supper.
Oh, and now the room's as cold as outside. It is a wretched house, this, Maggie, with the door to our front room opening to the street.
Aye, the man that built it shouldn't have built even byres for the cows. Here's our only fireplace in the room that opens onto the street.
Well, we'll move to a better one someday. Oh, 'tis cold. The room's as warm as toast, then you open the front door and it's as cold as charity itself. We should have the fire in another room.
Oh, the front door opening from another room.
Aye, it's like that poor wee engine of Newcomen's. Hot one minute, cold the next. Oh. Aye, lassie. Aye. There's me answer to the steam engine.
Are you taking a fit, Jamie?
Aye, a fit of understanding at last. All Newcomen's engine needs is a separate condenser. Chill the steam away from the cylinder. Then the cylinder will always be hot. It's the same thing as putting our fireside into another room. Black! I must see Joseph Black!
The door opening on a wintry night had shown Watt how to put steam to work, where before most of it had gone to warm up a chilled cylinder. From Watt's invention of the separate condenser sprang the whole gamut of steam engines as we know them today, in ships, in locomotives, in factories, and in powerhouses. Before long, they were turning the looms and hammering in the forges that laid the foundations of the wealth and power of Queen Victoria's England. Few inventions have had such far-reaching effects on our modern world, and few were so much the outcome of luck. James Watt wanted to be an instrument maker, but London fogs forced him back to Glasgow. The Scottish guilds forced him into the university, and luck threw in his path the man who enabled him to study and learn, and eventually brought him a Newcomen engine to mend. So Watt's improvement of the steam engine was not a matter of intent. It was just a matter of luck.
In just 1 minute, we shall present the second fascinating story in tonight's program. In the meantime, we step aside to hear from your announcer.
Back now to our narrator and cast for the second unusual but true story in our program, A Matter of Luck.
Samuel Finley Morse and A Matter of Luck. Luck was the dominant factor in the second career of Samuel Finlay Morse. In 1832, he had already earned a name for himself as an artist of more than ordinary talents when he embarked from Le Havre on the sailing packet Sully for New York and his American home. He was nearly 40 years old, and after losing his beloved wife, was returning from 3 years' study and travel in Italy and France. There would be several weeks with nothing to see all day but the sea and the sky, and nothing to hear but the wind in the rigging and the monotonous sound of the ship's bell. So the passengers were glad to have on board with them such a famous and charming man as Morse and the young Dr. Jackson from Boston. Dr. Jackson was not only excellent company, but he was also a skilled amateur conjurer and physicist, so that everyone crowded into the saloon that first night out to watch him perform his magic.
You have all been very kind to bear with my little tricks, ladies and gentlemen, so I've kept my best one till last. Now please, everyone, observe my silk hat. It is empty. You're all agreed? Then to prove it, I close it up. Now the latest fashion from the Faubourg Saint-Germain, ladies and gentlemen, the collapsible top hat. Well, there's nothing in it, is there? Right. I place it under the cloth, and I permit it to expand. So. Now, closely. Abracadabra! May I present you to the ship's cat? Now, thank you. Now, if I may have your attention for just one more moment, here is something altogether different.
Samuel Morse didn't dream that the moment when Dr. Jackson was setting up his apparatus for a new piece of magic was to alter the course of his whole future life. That from that moment his life was to pursue an unimagined course filled with new ideas, hopes, and struggles. But that was to be the luck of it.
It is a scientific experiment that I venture to say will astonish you, known as the electromagnet. Now, some years ago, it was discovered that if a piece of soft iron is wound about with a coil of wire connected to a battery, it is magnetized just so long as the current from the battery is switched on. Now, observe closely. Here is the magnet. Now, I switch on the current and bring the magnet close to this heap of nails here. You see, the magnet picks up every one and holds them aloft. But watch. The current is switched off. And the nails all fall headlong to the table. A marvelous phenomenon, ladies and gentlemen. The controlled electromagnet.
As Jackson's magnet picked up a handful of nails and dropped them again, in obedience to his touch on the switch, Morse had a great idea. He knew something of electricity and could scarcely wait to compare notes with Jackson on deck the following day.
Good morning, my dear Morse. Not seasick, I'm glad to see.
No, indeed. I'm lucky enough to be a good sailor. That's more than you can say for some of our fellow passengers.
I always say it's a matter of one's approach to sea travel. Some people I know get sick the moment they book their passage.
The cynical physician, huh?
Me? Cynical? Far from it. How'd you like my little performance last night?
I was delighted. And that's what I want to talk to you about. Do you know, Jackson, for 20 years I've had an ambition simmering in the back of my mind.
Yeah, I know. You want to paint the King of England or someone.
No, nothing of the kind. I want to discover a means of rapid communication. And last night you showed me the way.
I showed you the way with a few poor conjuring tricks?
No, with your electromagnet.
My dear fellow, I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
You will in a minute. Now listen. Last night you switched on your current, and the magnet picked up some nails.
Yes, but I don't see how that's going to help you.
Now, wait a minute. Just suppose you'd been in the next cabin with your switch, or down at the other end of the ship. You could still have picked up the nails in the saloon and dropped them again if the wire had been long enough.
Now I begin to see what you mean.
You see? Given a strong current and enough wire, you can transmit signals by switching on and off in some prearranged manner. A magnet will do many things besides pick up nails.
Yeah, A brilliant idea, Morse, a brilliant idea, but I can't for the life of me see you ever making anything of it.
Well, there are difficulties, I admit, but they can be overcome.
Oh, no, Morse. The conception is good, a tribute, in fact, to your artistic imagination. But I don't think the magnet will ever be anything but a scientific toy. Just a toy of no practical use at all.
To the disappointment of the women passengers, the handsome Mr. Morse spent the remainder of the voyage in his cabin, appearing only for meals and not always then. He was working away at plans for his communication device, and by the time Sully tied up at New York, he had its first principles worked out. An hour later, he was home, discussing his trip with his younger brother, Richard.
So that's the story, Dick. There's a fellow named Stevenson in England who has a steam engine that has done 35 miles an hour. There are factories springing up everywhere. The whole tempo of life is quickening, Dick. And only communications have remained unchanged this last 1,000 years. Why, African blacks are ahead of us with their tom-toms. I'm going to change all that. And I have the first plans right here in this notebook. I'm done with painting. From now on, I'm an experimenter.
But darn it, old Sammy, well, how are you going to live? What are you going to use for money?
Oh, I'll get along somehow. But if it takes me 20 years, I'll find an answer to the problem of communicating over long distances instantaneously.
Morse spent the next 2 years wrestling with his first model apparatus. It worked well enough up to a point. He could make his magnet move a small iron bar from other rooms of his house. But what was the use of that? How was he to transmit messages? His painting connection had long since dwindled to nothing, and he was earning no money, so he had to sell household furniture to keep himself fed. Then his brother decided that this ridiculous obsession had gone on long enough.
Now look here, Sam, this can't go on. When the house is stripped bare, what then?
But don't you see, Dick, I'm so close to success right now. I have my switch and battery in one room. That could quite well be Boston, and my magnet and bar in here. Say this is New York. I press my switch in there, and the bar moves on its hinge in here.
But in the name of heaven, what's the use of that?
Well, all I have to do is figure out a way of turning the bar movements into an intelligible message. Look, I've worked out a code that's pretty good.
No, you're wasting your life. And a good deal of my money. Even though I don't begrudge it. You can't keep on selling things all the time. Why, you'll sell that old clock of Granddad's next.
Fat lot of use it is. Confounded thing hasn't gone for years. Never did like grandfather clocks anyway.
Well, how can you expect it to go? Look here.
Oh, what is it?
Come and see for yourself.
Well, what do you know about that? I never thought to look down at the bottom inside it. I always tried the works.
Fine scientist you are. Now, who could have put all that old paper down there? Oh, you can see what's wrong. The pendulum is scraped back and forth across the top sheet, like you can see by the marks. Then one day it stuck and wouldn't swing anymore.
Oh, well, may as well clean it out and set it going, I suppose. Here, lend a hand.
No, I'm all covered in dust. Oh, what a mess.
Well, now, see if it goes. Hand over the key, will you?
There it is, good as new. Well, I'll have to run along. Now, whatever you do, don't stuff all that paper back into it, or I'll have to fix it for you again. That top sheet is rather interesting, though.
Oh, how's that?
Well, if you cared to, you could count how many times the pendulum swung across the paper before it stuck, just by counting the marks, see? Each one's a little different.
Yes, that's so. Each time it scraped across, it made a little mark. Well, if you're going now, when will I see you again?
Next week sometime, I guess. Good luck with your work, and don't sell that clock.
The clock? The pendulum and marks on that piece of paper. Why, that's it. There it is. The telegraph. Dots and dashes over the telegraph.
And so Samuel Morse built his first practical telegraph at last, by mounting a pencil on his magnet-controlled bar and suspending it over a strip of paper moved slowly by clockwork. When he touched the key of his telegraph, the pencil moved onto the paper. A short touch meant a dot, a long one a dash. And the telegraph was from that day an accomplished fact. In January 1838, Samuel Morse's telegraph was accepted by the United States Congress. And though much more work on it had still to be done, its original conception was the result of a conjurer's entertainment and its first practical working due to an old grandfather clock that wouldn't go. Yes, we'll allow you that once Samuel Morse had been inspired by the conjurer, the invention of the telegraph was a matter of intent. But you will agree that the fact that finally it did work was just a matter of luck.
The two authentic stories of the discovery of the steam condenser and the telegraph were dramatized by Lindsay Hardy from factual research material and were directed by Donovan Joyce. The performers included Kevin Brennan, Lyndall Barber, Athol Fleming, Alan Trevor, Kevin Gunn, Leonard Teal, Grant Taylor, and Alan Light. Your narrator was Ward Leopold, who invites you to listen again 1 week from now, same night, time, and station, for a further fascinating half hour of A Matter of Luck, a Donovan Joyce production.
A Matter of Luck. A program dedicated to the greatest inventor and scientific discoverer the world has known, Lady Luck, and bringing you in one complete 30-minute presentation two authentic and true stories of remarkable scientific achievement. Tonight we tell you of Louis Daguerre and the Albers brothers, and how they became famous through A Matter of Luck. Louis Daguerre, and a matter of luck. The students of Paris in 1823 differed very little from those of today. They were traditionally penniless, unconventional in behavior and dress, and given to embracing advanced political theories and far-fetched philosophies. But one of them, young Louis Daguerre, decided that while starving in a garret was all very well in its way, there was also a great deal to be said for prosperity and comfort, particularly when one was newly married. So he obtained a job, scene painting for the Paris theaters, and soon found himself a great success with orders for his work pouring in from right and left. So, too, was the money. On a certain day in 1823, Louis Daguerre was at work in the theater when...
Jean-Louis de Bonnet, that is terrible but terrible. We are erecting scenery for a fellow, the Moor of Venice, are we not?
Yes, Monsieur Daguerre.
Then consider, this Moor, this Othello, he is...
Ah, my friend Louis Daguerre, the trouble I've had. The doorman, that veritable Cerberus, refused me admittance.
I, too, have my troubles with workmen like de Bonnet here.
Good morning to you, Paul. What brings you to the theatre?
Oh, a new fashion, a new craze that I couldn't wait to show you. Louis, this is the most fascinating thing.
Another fad from the Latin Quarter, I have no doubt. What is this thing?
Sun portraits.
Sun portraits, eh? And what may they be?
Oh, let me describe them to you. The portrait is made by coating the face with flour.
One moment, my friend.
Jean-Louis de Bonnet! Will you be kind as to stop that infernal hammering?
Now, as you were saying, Paul.
Oh, yes. One coats the face with flour and sits motionless for half an hour in front of the camera. A contrivance like a box. Then certain things are done. And lo, there is the likeness of the sitter. I tell you, my friend, it will sweep the world.
So it will sweep the world, eh? Tell me, Paul, where does the sitting petrified for half an hour take place?
Where? Why, out in the sun, of course. The sun must be bright and hot and the day cloudless. There, are you not intrigued?
There's one thing you seem to forget, my poor Paul. I am no longer a starving painter on the left bank, but a prosperous, respectable citizen. The days when I leap in the air for every new fad are gone. Now away with you, there's work to be done. We open this very night, and look about you, not a scene ready.
What has become of the Louis Daguerre of 2 years ago? Oh, well, au revoir. Oh, Louis.
Yes?
I'm expecting a draft of money from home, but at the moment, well, you could perhaps spare a few francs?
How much is it this time?
20?
Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
It's a good thing that one of our old crowd has his head screwed on properly, eh, Paul? I must be supporting half the Latin Quarter.
1,000 thanks, Louis. Be sure I shall not forget you. Au revoir.
Oh, Paul, before you go, what were those things called?
Sun portraits. But you're not interested, are you?
I? Interested in such nonsense? Of course not. Ah, monsieur. This is the best scientific library in Paris, is it not?
Assuredly, monsieur.
Look, I require some information on the new science of the camera and sun portraits.
With pleasure. There are new pamphlets which tell all that is to be known. A fascinating subject, monsieur. First, one coats the face with flour, then sits in the sun for 30 minutes by the clock. Meantime, the man with the camera...
Good morning to you, apothecary. I wish to purchase the chemicals needed for experiments in sun portraiture.
Yes, monsieur. You are interested in the new science.
Oh, just a passing fancy, that's all. A hobby, you might say.
And a most wonderful one, if I may say so. First you coat the face with flour, then you go outside and sit in the sun for half an hour, and then...
Despite himself, the subject of sun portraiture grew on Louis Daguerre, and although he embraced it first in a mood of idle curiosity, soon it occupied his attention to the exclusion of all else. He allowed his scene painting, of which he had become the foremost exponent in Paris, to fall into neglect, and as his income dwindled, he drew on his fortune to support the expense of his endless experiments. He made a number of discoveries, among them the use of silver iodide to shorten the time of exposure. But this was a minor step forward, and as his wife saw their financial position going from bad to worse, she became a violent opponent of his work.
Louis Daguerre, I am now satisfied that you are nothing but a madman.
Yes, my little flower. Now, where did I put my silver solution?
Never mind your silver solution. I demand your attention, this moment.
Very well, but I can ill spare the time to listen. The experiments go well. Soon we shall be ready.
Louis, leave your horrid mixtures alone. Go back to your scene painting again. Oh, let us eat duck again. Oh, how my mouth waters for a fat roast duck.
You shall have it, my dear, when my experiments are successful.
I should have you locked up for a lunatic. Yes, and I have another bone to pick with you, Louis Daguerre. I have smeared my face with flour for the last time. No more will I sit ruining my complexion, of which you were once so proud. Never again.
Then, if I find another model, please do not accuse me of being unfaithful.
None of your student loosenesses before me, if you please.
As you say, a little shrew. And now may I get back to work? Now, where did you put my silver iodide? And the plates, they too are gone. Come, where are they?
In a place where you'll never find them.
Daguerre did not know it, but his wife's opposition was the most fortunate thing that could have happened to him. For when the assistant Niepce arrived that day...
Ah, my good Niepce, you are here at last. Today I've done nothing but search the house for my chemicals. I can't find them anywhere.
You mislaid them, Daguerre?
Aye. On the contrary, my wife has been at pains to hide them from me. Oh, she's hidden them somewhere or thrown them out. By heaven, if she has thrown them out, I'll break her pretty little neck.
Oh, she disapproves, then. And so does mine, for the stains of my hands and the ruin of my clothes. Ah, well, that is women for you. Who can blame them?
Who can blame them, indeed? Ah, at last. Now we can start. You see what I have done? I have found our bottles, our plates, and they were hidden here in this cupboard. You see?
I see. Ah, what a woman to stoop to such a trick.
It would be as well to keep this little nook a secret, eh?
A secret it shall be. Oh, but will any harm come from having so many chemicals in the one place? The fumes from one mixing with the fumes from another.
Oh, that's a risk we must take, my friend. Now then, to work. Oh, what do you think of the sun today? Can we go to the park as usual?
Well, the sun is hot while it shines, but the clouds, they blow over quickly and obscure it.
Oh, it's shining now, at all events, and hotly, too. So we'll try. Gather the equipment.
And Madame? She accompanies us to sit before the camera?
No, we've had a little mutiny there. But I know of a young woman who will oblige us. She is Viennese. Attractive, too, Niepce. Oh. We might do well, photographically speaking. An excellent day for exposures, Niepce. If only the clouds will stay away from the sun. And now, mademoiselle, you will sit here, and I will cover your face with flour. Niepce, the flour bag, if you please.
With flour, monsieur? Oh, but I never use flour. It will ruin my skin. I shall look horrible.
You? Never. Come, it will not harm your skin. And even so, am I not paying you a good fee?
I have received nothing yet, nor am I likely to.
Let us say, then, that I am owing you a good fee. And now sit still while I apply the flour. That's the girl. My, how soft your skin is. How very soft.
Daguerre, keep your mind on photography.
What? Oh, of course. There.
The camera is ready.
Monsieur, please tell that little boy standing watching to go away. I could not sit still.
Go away, little boy, before the lady bites you.
And that is better. He has gone.
Now for the exposure, Niepce. I'll time it. Ready? Now. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, look! The cloud goes before the sun.
Were I a swearing man, I should say damnation. That's a plate wasted. Oh, cover the camera, Niepce. Expose 2 seconds and ruined. You may relax, mademoiselle. Relax until the sun reappears, when we shall try again. Fascinating hobby.
There were no more exposures that day, and Daguerre returned home to hide his gear from his wife. The plate that he thought ruined by its short exposure, he put in the cupboard with the chemicals, thinking it might be possible to use it for something later on. Now, it must be understood that although Daguerre had experimented for years, photography, as we know it, was a crude and haphazard procedure then. Developing was unknown, and long exposures were needed to obtain a faint image which soon faded. Daguerre had searched in vain for a chemical which would fix or develop a portrait once the plate had been exposed. It took Lady Luck to show him how this could be done. The day after his fruitless attempt to photograph his model in the park, he and Niepce went to their cupboard to start work again.
Niepce, we shall require the strong and the weak iodides, the oil of...
Daguerre!
Yes, what is it, man?
Look at this plate. Is this the one we exposed yesterday? Look at it.
But I don't understand this, Niepce. It was exposed for but a minute or so. Why, and look, a perfect portrait of our lovely little Viennese model. How do you account for that, Niepce?
Oh, I cannot account for it. There should be no picture on that plate at all. None after so short an exposure.
Yet there is. A better picture than we've ever had before. Now, what could have happened in the cupboard? Niepce, I have it. Some one of these many chemicals is the fixer, the developer I've searched for all those years. Now, which is it?
There is but one way to discover.
Correct. There is but one way to discover, as you say. Every day we will expose a plate and place it in the cupboard. Each successive day we will remove one chemical. And when we find a plate undeveloped, the last chemical we removed will be the culprit, the one we want. You agree?
I agree. Now, let us make a start, Daguerre. We're on the verge of a great discovery.
Daguerre carried out his plan, but fortune still had a card to play. Each day he placed an exposed plate in his cupboard, and each day removed a chemical. But every morning there was an excellent picture. At last there was only one substance left, and that too was removed. According to Daguerre's reasoning, the plate that was then placed in the now empty cupboard should be undeveloped. But when he looked in the morning...
Niepce, my wife once described me as a madman, and I begin to suspect that she was right. Here is a plate that has stood overnight in an empty cabinet. Yet it's been developed. By what, I ask you, by what?
On the top shelf here, monsieur. Something has been spilt. Can you see it?
One moment, I'll bring a chair. Now we'll see. Uh-huh. Aha. There's been quicksilver spilt up here. Quicksilver. Mercury. There, success at last. Mercury vapor is our developer, Niepce. Mercury vapor. Fortune has smiled at last.
And it had, for his discovery had made him a wealthy man. It was mercury vapor that had so mysteriously been developing Louis Daguerre's plates, and it was a succession of lucky circumstances that had shown it to him. The Daguerre-type portrait, some of which may be seen to this very day, was the forerunner of modern photography, and in a short time was in fashionable and popular demand. Daguerre's second fortune was made, and he died rich and successful. But had he not crowded all his chemicals into one cupboard, and had not some mercury been spilt on one of its shelves, he might have searched the rest of his days without making his discovery, which, as you have heard, was not a matter of intent. It was just a matter of luck.
In just 1 minute, we shall tell you our second fascinating story, that of the Albers brothers. In the meantime, a word from our announcer.
Back now to our narrator and cast for the second unusual but true story in our great program, A Matter of Luck.
The Albers brothers and a matter of luck. "13 years ago, the president of one of America's largest radio manufacturers had what seemed to him a brand new and brilliant idea. It had limitless possibilities and worldwide scope, and he rubbed his hands together thinking of the wonderful march he was going to steal on his competitors. So he called for his chief engineer and described his scheme in general terms, only to learn that he had been forestalled back in the 20s by two brothers who lived on a farm in Iowa, John and Gerhard Albers. The Albers boys were country-bred and homely, but by their shrewdness and native wit, and aided by lady luck, they had developed a splendid idea long before it was thought of by the foremost engineers of the day. Gerhard was the elder by 4 years, and John was nearing his 21st birthday as the story begins, when they sat listening on their battery-powered radio set to a baseball game from New York. The farm in Iowa had no electricity, and they had to turn the set to its full volume to hear the distant broadcast.
You two lazy galoots, what are you doing in there?
Ain't but a minute and we'll be through, Pa. Just to listening to the ball game from New York.
Doggone it, you flattening in them batteries again, listening to New York? What's wrong with the music from Sioux City? You tell me that.
Ain't nothing wrong, but it ain't like a big ball game. Here she comes again.
I don't hear no ball game. Now you get and feed them hogs. A-wasting time instead of doing your chores? You reckon them hogs is going to come to the barn and feed themselves?
Okay, Pa. Okay. Well, batteries are flat anyway.
Just like I said. You're listening to New York and them batteries go flat quicker than you can skin a cat. Then when your ma wants to sit a-listening, well, there ain't no electricity.
Okay, Pa. Come on, John. We better get down to the corn. Get it up to the hogs.
I'll say. Wait a minute. You got $1, Gerhard?
You got $1, John?
No, ain't got but 2 bits.
No, Pa. Ain't got but 70 cents between us.
Then who's going to pay for them batteries to be charged?
Oh, gee, Pa.
That's what I reckon. You boys empty them batteries, and I got to find $1. And listening to your ma asking why there ain't no music from Sioux City. Now you get it working right now. 3 hours to sundown, and you're listening to a ball game.
That was the bugbear with the radio set on the Albers farm, and as a matter of fact, on any other farm in those days. Father Albers, not as enthusiastic about new-fangled things as his own 2 sons, begrudged the frequent $1 he was obliged to find to keep the batteries charged. And the brothers begrudged the 2 or 3 days broadcasting they had to miss while the charging was done at the local garage.
Hey, Gerhard, what time you taking them batteries into town tomorrow?
Ain't my turn. Sure.
Ain't so. I took them in twice when you were a courting Rosa Shawn skittering.
Doggone, you got a memory like one of these here elephants. Okay. Only I wish them batteries weren't so danged heavy. They cut your hands in halves.
I'll tell you something, Gerhard. If you go to Zeb Watt's store tomorrow when you're in town, I reckon you'll have time. If you go to Zeb's store and get me one of them old magazines he sells, I'll milk the cows tonight for you in exchange.
Okay, John. Reckon that's a deal. Reckon I never did take kindly to milking cows.
The 2 brothers little thought that the magazine Gerhard was to bring home would change the course of their lives, would take them from the hard routine of the farm to wealth and interesting careers. But that was the luck of it. For the next night...
What's the matter with you tonight, John? Ain't ate none of your hominy grits.
Oh, it's this here magazine Gerhard brought home, Ma. Mighty interesting reading, this here.
You can read plenty after supper. Now eat up your grits.
Oh, okay, Ma.
You boys always got something on your minds. If it ain't Gerhard a mooning over Rosa Shawn skittering, it's you with your nose in a book.
Oh, leave the boys be, Ma. Never was no harm in courting or reading.
Wished I'd have had more time for book learning.
You had plenty of time for courting, though, Henry Albers. Reckon you was the courtingest man in town.
Say, Gerhard, get a load of this.
What do you got there? Well, how do you like that? Listen, Paul, here's some guys at a big eastern university built themselves a wind machine. A wind tunnel, they call it.
What do they want a wind machine for? Stand on top of Crook's Hill, they'll get all the wind they want.
Yeah, Pa, but this is for testing airplanes. They put a model airplane in and turn on the engine. It blows wind through the tunnel at more than 100 miles an hour, it says here. Gee, with a doggone great propeller.
What drives the propeller? A gas engine?
No. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. A 200 horsepower electric motor.
Well, I reckon that's mighty interesting. They turn electricity into wind, hey? Well, what'll they think of next?
Pity there ain't no way to turn wind back to electricity. Then I wouldn't have had to tote them batteries into town today, seeing you didn't let me take the Ford.
Now that's enough talk. I never did see such a family for talking. Eat up your hominy grits before they get cold.
Oh, but Gerhard, why couldn't you turn wind into electricity, like a windmill? Yeah, a windmill to turn a generator. We want one, and I reckon thousands of other folks on farms would want one. Gosh, maybe we'll make some money out of the idea. Gosh!
From the scores and scores of old magazines of all kinds on the shelves of the country store, Gerhard had, by the purest luck, chosen the one describing a wind tunnel, and the brothers' idea was born. They decided that if a wind could be obtained from an electrically driven propeller, then the natural wind could be made to drive a generator. And the farm work went neglected while they set about putting their theories into action. From a Sioux City junkyard, they bought scrap iron to build a tower, and on this they mounted an old motor car generator. But soon they encountered their main problem.
I never did see such calm weather as we've been getting since we put up our tower, Gerhard.
That's the way it goes, boy. If we wanted calm weather, we'd get a doggone tornado every day. No, it seems to me this idea of ours ain't going to be much use if the propeller won't turn without a strong wind.
Sure, that's right. What we got to do is figure out a propeller shape to spin in every kind of wind, even if it ain't no more than a whisper.
Yeah, but if we have to wait for windy days to test every propeller, we're going to be older than Uncle Zeke before we hit the right one.
Yeah, well, maybe we ought to forget all about it. Say, here comes Pa back from town. Reckon we better look as if we'd been a-working.
That was their stumbling block. Unaided by expert knowledge and proper means of testing, the brothers could not fashion the correct aerofoil, the delicate contours their propeller needed to spin briskly in a light wind. The lazy turning of the conventional windmill blades was useless. Their generator had to turn much faster before it would deliver electricity in usable amounts. But Lady Luck was still on their side, and she appeared with their father as he drove up in his old T-model Ford.
You boys been a-working or a-whittling?
Been doing a piece of whittling, Pa. Trying to get this here propeller set to rights. Say, you must have been pushing the Ford along some. She's a-boiling her head clean off.
I've been a-driving real slow. Reckon there must be something wrong. You take a look under the hood, John.
Okay, Pa. Well, doggone. No wonder she's a-boiling. The fan belt's busted. Busted right through. When I lifted the hood, the fan was still turning a piece.
What? The fan turning with the fan belt busted?
Yeah. I reckon the wind coming in through the radiator when Pa was driving along must have kept it turning.
Uh-huh. Guess it would at that. Say, John, Pa!
Now what's gotten into you?
Now I know how to test out our propellers.
Oh, now how you going to do it, boy?
Well, that busted fan belt with the fan still turning gave me the notion. Pa, we're going to mount our propellers on top of the Ford and drive up and down the road. That gives us all the kind of wind we want, from a breeze to a storm.
The brothers mounted their propeller on their old car and treated a scoffing neighborhood to the sight of them driving up and down with it whirling above their heads. By trimming here and cutting there, they soon achieved an amazingly efficient air screw, whose tips moved 13 times as fast as the wind that impelled it. And from that day, their fortunes were made.
Hey, Ma, take a look at this. Another 20 orders for our electric windmills. Oh, boy. How would you like $1 million, Pa? Reckon we'll have to build us a factory.
Well, Mar, I reckon we raised us a pair of bright boys at that. Yes, sir, brightest and brainiest boys in Iowa.
Well, for mine, I reckon we had more luck than brain, Pa. We're the luckiest guys. Well, that's what I say. Just lucky.
Yes, the Albers brothers, Gerhard and John, were clever, but they were lucky, too. Their wind-driven battery chargers were soon to be seen on farms all over the countryside, as they may be seen on farms throughout the world today. It was not a world-shaking invention, and it used no revolutionary principles, but to farmers the world over it was a welcome boon. And yet, had Gerhard chosen a different magazine that day in the store, had the old fall not boiled just at the proper time, they might have given up their windmill generator and still be working on their farm. Their original conception and their success were not so much a matter of intent. They were a matter of luck.
The two authentic stories of the discovery of the photographic developer and wind generators were dramatized by Lindsay J. Hardy from Factual Research Material and were directed by Donovan Joyce. The performers included Junie Cornell, Alan Trevor, Leonard Bullen, Richard Ashley, John O'Malley, Douglas Herold, Warwick Ritchie, and Grant Taylor. Your narrator was Ward Leopold, who invites you to listen again 1 week from now, same night, time, and station, for a further fascinating half hour of A Matter of Luck, a Donovan Joyce production.
A Matter of Luck. A program dedicated to the greatest inventor and scientific discoverer the world has known, Lady Luck, and bringing you in one complete 30-minute presentation 2 authentic and true stories of remarkable scientific achievement. Tonight we tell you of the philosopher Cuneaus and Elias Howe, and how each became famous through A Matter of Luck. Cuneaus and a Matter of Luck. In 1746, the natural philosopher Cuneaus was seldom seen abroad in the quiet streets of the university town of Leiden in Holland. All his time was devoted to experiments, scientific experiments whose object was to lay bare the secrets of the natural elements, water, fire, and the new and mysterious force of electricity. But during one of his rare walks, fate decreed that he should be caught in a storm, a thunderstorm of unseasonable intensity and violence.
On my soul, what scurvy mischance of fate is this? Not once in a season do I venture out on foot, and I must choose such a day as this. We shall be wet to the skin.
Hola, hola, Mynheer.
I cannot tarry, sir. Already I am well nigh soaked.
Come inside my house for shelter, quickly. Here, this way.
You are more than kind, Mynheer. 1,000 thanks.
But hurry. Let us close the door against the rain.
Another moment, and I should have been as wet as one doused in the canal. Whose kindness have I to thank?
Oh, allow me to introduce myself. Peter van Musschenbroek at your service.
Peter van Musschenbroek? Of the university? The distinguished lecturer in chemistry?
That is so, Mynheer.
Then we are well met. My name is Cuneaus, and I share many of your interests in the natural sciences.
It's an ill wind, or should I say thunderstorm, that blows no good, eh?
Who is it, Peter? Have we a guest?
Oh, it's my wife, Mynheer. Come and meet Mynheer Cuneaus, my dear. He's taking shelter from the storm. Allow me to present my wife, sir.
It is a great pleasure, Frau Musschenbroek. Your husband is more than kind.
It is our good fortune to be of service, sir. But you are wet, soaking wet. Draw up to the fire while I bring hot towels and soap. We cannot have our new friend take an ague at his first visit, can we, Peter? Now, I shan't be more than a minute.
The chance meeting of Cuneaus and Musschenbroek grew into close friendship, a friendship that was to result in the discovery of momentous significance. In 1746, electricity was still a mysterious plaything in the laboratories of Europe. Scientists knew that if a glass rod were rubbed with silk, tiny sparks could be produced, and small pieces of paper made to dance under some strange compulsion. This force they called electricity, from the Greek word meaning to attract. But what it really was, they had no idea. But Cuneaus and Musschenbroek began work together, experimenting in Musschenbroek's home as often as in his laboratory at the university. There they had to cope with Musschenbroek's father-in-law, an elderly gentleman who did not see eye to eye with the two investigators.
Now, my dear Peter, are we ready to proceed?
Don't ask me anything. Go your own way. Bless my soul, if I'd known what my daughter was getting into, marrying a fellow like Musschenbroek here.
Oh, be quiet, Father. Leave them in peace.
What about my peace? Can't even smoke my meerschaum pipe in my own house. Things are coming to a pretty pass when
You can come into the other room, Father.
I don't want to come into the other room. I want to see what these two are up to. They've got some new kind of fiddle-faddle. Yes, that's what it is, fiddle-faddle. What are you up to this afternoon?
We're experimenting with the electrical machine, Father.
Electrical fiddlesticks? What does it do?
Well, we turn this amber wheel like this. I hold a piece of cat's fur against it, and it produces electrical fire.
What? Electrical fire from cat's fur? Why, you're a clown, that's all you are. What are those little sparks? Lightning, I suppose, eh? Lightning from a cat's fur. Well, that's the funniest thing I ever heard. And the cracklings are thunder, no doubt. Lightning from a cat's fur. Wait till our old tomcat hears about this.
Oh, Father, are you still nagging old poor Peter and Mynheer Cuneaus? Now, come with me. It's warmer in the other room, and I've some hot snaps for you.
No. I'd rather stay here and watch these fellas struck by their own lightning. Next they'll be making thunderbolts. God bless my soul, did you ever see anything like it? A thunderbolt from cat's fur. Meow, meow,
Peter,
meow.
his joke about thunder and lightning. I have just realized That is what these sparks are. Thunder and lightning.
Lightning? You're not serious.
But I am. The spinning amber wheel of our electrical machine produces minute quantities of lightning, which is the sparks. Their sounds are naught but tiny claps of thunder. I know it. The difference is only a matter of magnitude.
But lightning?
We need only to find a way to store our electricity as the clouds do. Yes, Peter, as the clouds do. Then we could... but it is only a dream. For a moment I saw us with the power of the thunderbolt in our hands.
As you say, that's only a dream. Electricity is not a fluid to be stored in vats and tanks and discharged at will. Well, come now to work.
The two scientists continued their groping in the mysteries of electrical fire, for in 1746 that is all their researches were. They knew that they could charge a large variety of substances and that strange phenomena could be brought about in the laboratory. But with all the available knowledge at their fingertips, they were still profoundly ignorant of the forces they played with. When they had exhausted one line of experiment, they turned to another, and then another, till the time came when they decided on a new departure from any they had attempted before.
Now here, my friend, we've set ourselves a pretty problem.
A pretty problem indeed. How do you suppose we can charge water with electricity? And how shall we know if we succeed? Fire and water will not mix. We cannot expect to get sparks from a fluid.
Well, never mind, Cuneaus. Let's try and see what happens.
Then this is what I suggest. Let us take a jar of water, cork it tightly at the top, and through the cork insert an iron wire.
Yes, we might try that.
Then we will connect our iron wire to the electrical machine and see what happens. Do you agree? Then let us commence.
The two philosophers had no luck that day, and later they gave up and went to the home of Peter van Musschenbroek to dine. Musschenbroek was the possessor of a second electrical machine, the simple amber wheel which could be rubbed with silk or fur, and this was kept at home. So that evening after dinner...
Well, more snaps, Cuneaus?
No, thank you, sir.
If we might be excused, my dear, Cuneaus and I thought we might continue our experiments.
What? I'm not going to miss these two droll clowns at work. Not I. I'm going to sit and watch and have some more tales to tell my cronies at the tavern tomorrow. What fools they be.
Very well then, Father, if you stay, you must promise not to make fun of them.
Aye, my dear, I make fun of them. Oh, I wouldn't dream of such a thing.
Very well then. I shall go to my room, but remember, no laughing.
What do you call that thing, Peter?
It's a simple jar of water, Father. We are trying to charge water. So we've coated the jar inside and out with tinfoil.
So now you're trying to get sparks from water, eh? Well, that's the best I've ever heard. Why, I've got an old hound outside in his kennel who knows better than that. Woof, 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 he goes. And he still talks better sense than you two.
No, never mind, Father, never mind. Just watch. Now then, Cuneaus, this time we'll turn the machine longer. If water can be charged, we shall know it tonight.
I wish you fellows would explain that thing.
It is quite simple, sir. The electrical machine is connected by this iron wire here to the water in the jar. I turn the wheel like this, and electrical fire should collect in the jar.
Like a hot coal, I suppose, eh?
When the jar is charged, if water will charge, we test it by holding woolen threads near the iron wire. So, they should be attracted.
Well, are they?
I am afraid not. You see that, Peter?
Yeah.
No sign of attraction, no sign at all.
You've got as much chance of getting your sparks through that iron wire as I have of getting him through my watch chain.
My friend, Peter, my patience is exhausted. I cannot work with this old fool of a father-in-law of yours in this room, mocking us for everything we do. I cannot stand any more.
No, Mynheer Cuneaus, please pay no attention to him.
Why don't you use my watch chain, eh? Well, go on, why don't you? It'll work as well as your iron wire.
That is enough. Here, you old fool. Give me that watch chain.
Here. What are you doing?
Give it to me.
Alone,
That's it. Now, you old goat, we shall use your copper watch chain in place of the iron wire. You shall be a party to our failure now. Peter, my friend, We shall pull out the wire and insert this dear relation's watch chain. Here, hold it while I pull out the wire. It is fitted tightly.
Grasp the jar in one hand and the wire in the other. Then you'll have more purchase.
Yes, that should do it. Here, we try again.
Cuneaus! Why, what ails you?
Lift me up, Peter. I am stricken.
Oh, that'll show you're struck with lightning. That's what you were. Serve you right, fiddling with things you know naught about.
But what is it? Are you seized with the devil, Cuneaus? What threw you down?
I don't know. I felt a tingling in my hand and over I went.
Yes, well, that'll learn you, meddling with things that don't concern you. No wonder you were struck by lightning.
Cuneaus, what did happen? I implore you, describe it exactly.
I held the wire with one hand, my left, and as I grasped the jar with my right hand, I was struck with a violent convulsion. It felt like a thunderbolt.
A thunderbolt? Did you say a thunderbolt? Cuneaus, do you realize what you're saying?
Only too well. Wait. I take your meaning. The electricity was stored in the jar of water. Not merely charged, but stored.
That's it. Cuneaus, we've discovered how to store electricity. How to store it until it's wanted.
And had I not held the jar in one hand and the wire in the other, we might never have discovered it.
Yes, and but for me, you poor fools, but for me and wanting to change a wire from my watch chain, you'd never have held the jar in one hand and the wire in the other. I have discovered how to store electricity, not you.
Actually, the old man was right. For had Cuneaus not been annoyed and wanted to use the old chap's watch chain in place of the wire, he never would have carried out the movements he did. By the purest luck, Cuneaus had discovered the Leyden jar, the first electrical condenser in scientific history. From that discovery stem the condensers that helped to make possible our great power systems, our radio sets, the ignition of the modern motor car, and 101 other electrical devices. But the discovery came about through a chance meeting in a storm, the laughter of a skeptical old man, and an accident in a laboratory in the Dutch town of Leyden. The discovery of the Leyden jar, the electrical condenser, was not a matter of intent. It was just a matter of luck.
In just 1 minute, we'll tell you the second fascinating story in tonight's program. But in the meantime, you'll be interested to hear this.
Back to our narrator and cast for the second unusual but true story in our program, A Matter of Luck.
Elias Howe and A Matter of Luck. In the year 1843, the industrial town of Cambridge in Massachusetts was very much like any other industrial town of the eastern seaboard of the United States. It had its dreary factories and its smoky atmosphere, and late every evening it had its crowds of weary workmen making their way home for the night. Employers drove a hard bargain with their men. Hours were long and they were paid a pittance. And the machine repair shop of an engineer named Davis was no different from the rest. But one of his workmen was different. Elias Howe, a young man of 24 with a wife and 2 children, for Lady Luck had marked him down for fame and fortune. Howe was frail and given to dreaming, and the factory master Davis often wondered if he were worth the $9 a week he was paid.
Hey there, Howe. What's the matter with you?
Why, nothing, I guess, Mr. Davis.
Well, get to work then. You think I pay you well just to stand around doing nothing?
I was just thinking.
I don't pay you to think. I pay you to work. Any thinking around here, I'll do, see? You do the work, I'll do the thinking.
Yes, Mr. Davis.
Well, get on with it then.
Yes, but, Mr. Davis, that inventor that was in here this morning...
Well, what about him?
I couldn't help overhearing what he said, and I just wondered if maybe he didn't have something there.
That knitting machine? That crazy notion? Listen, if I want anything knitted, I go to my old woman. That's the way it'll always be. Knitting machine, that guy was crazy as a coot.
Well, maybe he was, but there'd be $1 million in it if someone could make the thing work.
Well, there won't be no $9 at the end of this week for you if you don't make yourself work. Now get back that axle around to the forge and make it snappy.
$9 a week was not enough for the Howe family, or for many another, and almost since the day they were married, Mrs. Howe had taken in sewing from the neighborhood tailors. She didn't earn much, but it made just the difference between running into debt and keeping their heads above water. But it meant long hours of tiresome work on top of her other duties, and Mrs. Howe had had enough when Elias came home that night.
You're late again, Elias. Where have you been?
Mr. Davis made me stay late and do extra work. Oh, I'm so tired I could drop.
Oh, what did you have to stay back for? That Davis is nothing but a slave driver, the brute.
Well, he said I'd been wasting time talking to him about a knitting machine.
A knitting machine? A machine to knit? Oh, no wonder he got extra work out of you if that's the way you go on. Did you ask him for a raise like you promised?
Well, how can I? He'd fire me and get any one of 10 men to take my place in an hour. How do you expect me to ask for a raise?
Well, you'll have to do something, Elias. I can't go on.
Oh, what's the matter now?
I can't keep up with this sewing, Elias. I just can't keep up with it. Scrape, 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 year after year. How I hate the sight of a needle.
Well, I do my best.
Well, your best isn't good enough, that's all. There's never a penny in the house. The children need more to eat, and just look at yourself. I don't know what the world's coming to.
Well, if only I could get one good idea to make some money, we could get away from here and go to New York, maybe.
One good idea, and you think we might escape this wretched poverty. One good idea. Like your knitting machine, I suppose. Oh, Elias, what hope is there for us?
Well, I'll think of something. Something.
And meantime, we all grow old and half-starved. Next, you'll be talking about a sewing machine to relieve me of my work. You're just a dreamer, Elias, and you always will be. I'm married to a dreamer for the rest of my life.
After the meager supper, Elias Howe sat watching his wife sew by lamplight, watching her intent face a few inches away from the needle. He hated to see his wife work so hard, but they had to have every penny they could scrape together, however hard it was come by. Then he remembered his wife's remark about the sewing machine. Well, why not? Why not build a sewing machine and make that fortune he had dreamed about? He began to study stitches, watching intently as his wife's nimble fingers flew back and forth. Then, armed with his first concrete ideas, he began to make small models and experiment with different shapes of needle. After a year's work, he had a crude device to show a neighborhood tailor. It did so, after a fashion, but even he was forced to admit that it had its shortcomings.
Mr. Howe, eh? And what you got there, eh? That machine for sewing I hear about, eh?
That's right, Mr. Minsky. It's taken me a year to build, and I thought you might be interested to see how it works.
Sure, I'm interested, all right. But you don't mean to tell me she sews? Sews like a proper tailor?
Well, not exactly, perhaps, but just you watch. Can I have a piece of material?
Well, there's a bit under your hand. And where does she go, this piece of stuff,
Here, just right in here. That's right. Now, watch while I turn the handle.
So you call that sewing? Here, watch. You see, I give a little pull, so, and the stitches, they all come undone. What is the good of that, Hein?
Well, maybe I've got the tension wrong.
Tension nothing, it is the stitch that is wrong. Young Mr. Howe, let me tell you some things. You think this is the first sewing machine,
Well, yes, isn't it?
No, it's not. There was a sewing machine made 3 years ago by a man named Hunt, and 30 years ago by a Frenchman named Timonier. This Timonier, he was nearly torn to pieces by the seamstresses who thought he would take the bread from their mouths. But they might have saved themselves the trouble. His machine was like yours and Hunt's. It sews a stitch that is no use at all.
But, well, what shall I do to improve it?
You must make a machine to sew a lock stitch, a stitch that will not come undone. But it takes hands to sew a lock stitch. And if you can make a machine to do it, well, I will make shirts for 10 cents a gross. And that's not likely, is it?
A lock stitch, eh? So that's what I want. A lock stitch.
As the tailor had said, Howe's machine had an obvious fault. All it did was to pass a single thread back and forth through the cloth, a stitch that came undone almost immediately. So he set to work on a new machine that would make a tight, firm stitch, this time getting further and further from the solution with each new design. His affairs at home went from bad to worse, and it began to appear as though all his time and trouble had been wasted. But then he received a stroke of luck such as he could never have expected in his wildest hopes or dreams.
What's this, Elias? Only $7.80. Where's the rest of your pay?
Well, dear,
More needles for the sewing machine?
Well, yes.
So, out of a miserable $9, you spend $1.20 on a sewing machine that won't work in 1,000 years. Oh, Elias, how can you?
It will work someday.
Well, that's what you've been saying for more than a year, and I'm sick and tired of it.
Well, the money's spent now, so what's the use of arguing? I only have to think how to make a lock stitch, and my fortune's made.
Fortune. Lock stitch. I waste my breath talking to you. Oh, well, come and eat your supper.
What have we tonight?
Suet pudding.
Suet pudding? Oh, you know I hate suet pudding. It gives me indigestion. I'll have another nightmare, I suppose.
If you earn more money, we might be able to afford better meals. Now eat it up and be thankful.
As Howe had feared, the suet pudding gave him a terrible nightmare, and he dreamed that he was cast ashore on a desert island, an island inhabited by fierce and savage cannibals. He was captured and hauled before their chief.
You are charged with wasting your time and your money trying to make a sewing machine. What have you to say?
I have to find a lock stitch.
Put him in the pot. Put him in the pot. Can you suggest any reason why we should not eat you?
I have to find a lock stitch.
Eat him up. Eat him up. Eat him up. We sentence you to be eaten for trying to find a lock stitch. Eaten with suet pudding.
But I have to find a lock stitch.
Suet pudding. Suet pudding. Suet pudding. You will be sewn in a lock stitch and eaten. Sewn in a lock stitch. Sew him in a lock stitch. Sew him in a lock stitch.
A lock stitch? How do you sew a lock stitch?
With a needle in the point of our spears, we'll sew you in a lock stitch. With a loop and a shuttle, we will sew you in a lock stitch. Loop and a shuttle. Loop and a shuttle. Loop and a shuttle.
Elias, wake up. Wake up, can't you?
What's the matter? Oh, what a dream. I dreamed I was being eaten by cannibals.
Eaten by cannibals? Oh, whatever next?
And that's not all. They were going to sew me up in a lock stitch made with a loop and a loop and a shuttle. Yes! A loop and a shuttle!
Have you gone mad?
No. That's the way they did it in the dream. They had spears threaded at their points. They made loops with their spears and then thrust a shuttle through the loop carrying a second thread. That's how I'll do it. 2 threads and a shuttle. The lock stitch.
As most people know today, that is the principle of the sewing machine. It has not changed since the night of Elias Howe's dream. A few years later, Howe's machine was built and patented. And although Isaac Singer attempted to defeat him in the courts, he eventually had to pay royalties to Howe for every lock-stitch sewing machine he built. Howe died a millionaire, for Singer soon had sewing machines in half the clothing factories and homes in America. Howe never forgot the amazing luck of the dream that showed him the way to make his machine sew. A suet pudding and a fantastic nightmare contributed to Howe's success. For although the discovery of the sewing machine was a matter of intent, discovery of the stitch that would make it sew was just a matter of luck.
The 2 authentic stories of the discovery of the electric condenser and the sewing machine were dramatized by Lindsay Hardy from factual research material and were directed by Donovan Joyce. The performers included John Alden, Kevin Brennan, Rita Ponsford, Harvey Adams, Frank Bradley, Dinah Shearing, Lou Vernon, John Bushell, Lee O'Malley, and David Lowe. Your narrator was Ward Leopold, who invites you to listen again 1 week from now, same night, time, and station, for a further fascinating half hour of A Matter of Luck, a Donovan Joyce production.
A Matter of Luck. A program dedicated to the greatest inventor and scientific discoverer the world has known, Lady Luck, and bringing you in one complete 30-minute presentation 2 authentic and true stories of remarkable scientific achievement. Tonight we tell you of Otto Lilienthal and Rene Lemarck, and how each became famous through A Matter of Luck. Otto Lilienthal and a Matter of Luck. Since the dawn of history, no dream has occupied men's imagination more than the possibility of flight. From ancient Greek mythology comes the legend of Icarus, whose waxen wings were melted when he flew too near the sun. Thousands of years later, Leonardo da Vinci actually drew plans of a flying machine which, needless to say, could not possibly have left the ground. For lacking all knowledge of physical science, it was natural that men should pattern their ideas of flight on that of birds. And it was not until recent times that Otto Lilienthal, through a matter of luck, showed that this was wrong. Lilienthal and his brother Gustav were Germans, born in the town of Anklam in Pomerania, and this in itself was a stroke of luck, for nearby was the Carlsberg Moor, a bird's paradise, abounding with buzzards, kestrels, and storks. The Lilienthals' father died when they were very young, but their mother, a sterling woman, managed to give them a technical education at Potsdam, out of the money she earned giving music lessons. In 1865, they came home on holidays, and as they'd done since they were children, they made a beeline for the moor.
What about here, Gustav?
On top of the sandhill?
Yes. If we lie in the grass and don't move, soon they'll be flying quite close.
I wish I had a telescope. Do you think that maybe Mother might buy it?
Oh, don't be silly. Mother's done more than enough for us already. And I certainly wouldn't ask her for a penny to buy us a telescope.
No, I suppose you're right. Not for bird watching, anyway. Hey, did you see that?
The stork that just landed?
Yes. He seemed to put his legs out and then come round facing the wind, with his wings spread out wide.
Yes, I saw that.
Otto?
What?
Do you think that men will ever learn to fly?
Oh, I'm sure of it. Well, what do you think we spend all our time like this for? If we don't hit on the secret of how birds fly, someone else will. And it's only by watching birds that we'll ever learn their secret. Now, shut up your chatter and watch the birds.
Oh. Listen, Otto, I'm getting cold. Stiff and cold. What do you say we head for home? We've been here 4 hours.
Oh, all right. I suppose it'll be supper time when we get back.
Hey, look over there.
Where? Oh, yes, I see. Looks like a stork flapping about on the ground. Maybe it's caught in a trap or something. Come on, let's go and see.
Oh, I've seen enough of storks for today. Let's go home, for heaven's sake, before we get into trouble for being late.
Not on your life. If we can capture that stork alive...
If we can capture it alive, what?
Well, it's just a little idea of mine. Oh, come on now. And if you're as cold as you make out, let's run.
It was lucky for Otto Lilienthal that he captured his stork, for it put him on the track of his great discovery, despite what his mother had to say when the brothers arrived home with a struggling bird.
Otto, Gustav, what in the world have you brought home now?
It's a stork, Mother. We found it with a broken wing out in the Carlsberg Moor.
Oh, dear me. Where are you going to put it? Oh, really, Otto, what on earth do you want a stork for? Kill it and put the poor thing out of its misery.
Oh, it's not badly hurt. I'm going to patch up its wing and then put it to work.
Put it to work? Oh, how can you be so absurd, Otto? I don't know what your father would say if he were alive.
Now, Mother, you just wait and see. With this stork well again and tied to the ground with a long piece of cord, I'll really be able to study how she flies. See?
Oh, you two and your flying. It's against the laws of God and man. Now get inside and clean up for supper. It's going cold. Fancy, a stork in the house at night.
Otto soon repaired the stork's damaged wing, and while the holidays lasted, he and Gustav spent their time encouraging the bird to fly, then coaxing it down again with a string attached to its legs, and studying the action of its wings with scrupulous observation. Then they decided to go one step further.
Now look, Gustav. All these weeks we've been making a hop about in the yard. Why don't we take her out on the moor and watch her in the wind?
Oh, what for? We've seen everything she can do. Our next step is to build some wings, strap them on, and imitate her.
Not till I've seen what she does to get going in the wind.
No, it's obvious, isn't it? They face away from the wind to take the air, flap like mad until they gain height, then face about into the wind to pull up and land.
Yes, but... Oh, come on, Gustav. Out onto the moor where we can see for ourselves.
Well, here we are. This ought to do. Oh, certainly windy enough.
Just what I want. Now, wait a minute, Auntie Stork, while I hammer your peg in. There. Now, up you go. Go on, fly. Well, fly, can't you?
What this bird needs is some German army discipline.
She's never been as stubborn as this before. Shush! Fly! Oh, I've got you facing away from the wind. What more do you want?
If she wants to be difficult, let her try flying into the wind.
All right, I will. There now, how do you like that? Well, what on earth do you make of that? She went straight up without hardly a flap.
And straight into the wind. But she didn't seem to fly forward at all. Just straight up in the air.
Gustav, this gives me a great idea. I'm going home to work it out this minute. If I'm right...
Otto, I do wish you'd get your elbows off the table and eat your supper.
Oh, sorry, Mother. I'm thinking.
Surely not about that silly stork again.
Yes. Today, Gustav and I saw something we must have seen 100 times before without taking any notice, didn't we?
The stork always faces the wind to take the air, Mother.
That's the stork's business. If you were a stork, you'd probably do exactly the same. Now eat your schnitzel.
Do you know what I think? I think that the flapping of a bird's wing is not the true explanation of its flight. In essence, a bird glides and only flaps its wings to make the air flow faster over its wing surface. The secret of flying is in gliders. Yes, I'm sure of it. Gliders.
For the next 20 or more years, Otto Lilienthal experimented with first one form of glider and then another. But he could not devote all his time to flying. There was a living to be earned. And it was not until 1891 that he was in a position to take up his researches in earnest. By this time, he had written a remarkable book on the action of birds in flight. But he did not make the same mistake that so many men had made before him. Where they had tried to fly by the flapping of wings, and in many cases, with superb disregard for the laws of gravity, jumped to their deaths, Lilienthal pinned his faith in gliding, never forgetting what he had learned from the stork on Carlsberg Moor. His brother Gustav was no longer interested in learning the secret of flight, so Otto enlisted the aid of a friend named Ulrich. Between them, they acquired a hilltop near the town of Rene and built on it a workshop and storeroom. It was in the summer of 1891 that Lady Luck smiled on Otto, soon after he'd made his largest glider of all.
Well, Ulrich, my friend, there it is. Soon we shall know who is wrong, you or I.
Well, I can't help thinking, Otto, this time you've bitten off more than you can chew.
You mean because my glider has two wings? Is that it?
Well, yes. You've never seen a bird with an upper and lower wing now, have you?
No, but that's quite beside the point. How many times must I impress on you only the theory of bird flight is of any use to us? The practice is quite useless. That is why I refuse to entertain the idea of flapping wings, and stick to my straight-wing gliders instead.
If you don't mind my saying so, they aren't up to much now, are they?
No, they're not. There is something lacking. But what it is, I simply don't know. But you'll admit I have made some glides now, haven't I?
A few score meters, yes. But you've never yet contrived to rise, only to glide downhill.
I never seem to get enough lift from my wing areas. And that's why I've doubled it by building the biplane. Oh, well, out we go and see how I fare. This time I really should fly.
But like all the rest, his new glider was practically useless, even though he had made the new departure of building it with double wings. To understand exactly what next took place, one must picture Lilienthal's contrivance. It was simply 2 wings made of willow saplings and tied together with cord. The wing surfaces themselves were of fabric, and it was Lilienthal's practice to run into the wind with the wings held above his head. But after his abortive efforts to glide with his new biplane, he was prepared to give up in disgust, and one night left the glider outside instead of storing it in the hilltop shed. That same night it rained, and the next morning at the shed on the hilltop, Lady Luck smiled.
Units, my friend, this is the last straw. I'm finished with these fantastic efforts to fly for good and all.
What? After 26 years? I don't believe it.
Well, I'm not going to build another glider, I can tell you that. Look at the confounded thing. Rain has wet the cords, they've all shrunk. My beautiful flat wing surface has a curve in it.
Pity. Such a beauty, too.
Well, it's ruined, so that's that. I may as well get it inside before it blows away.
Just a moment. The way you're holding the glider now, Otto, it has a curve just like the curve of a bird's wing at the shoulder.
So it has. Funny, I didn't notice, eh? Just for the sake of interest, I wonder if I could glide with the wings curved like this.
Why not try?
I'm going to. Help me up onto the roof, will you?
Right.
Up you go. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Off! I'm flying! I'm flying! See it? I can fly! I can fly!
Bless my soul, he's actually rising. The man's in flight. He's flying!
By an incredible stroke of fortune, Otto Lilienthal had discovered the aerofoil, the wing shape that makes it possible for every aeroplane to fly. From mighty 100-ton bombers to the tiger moths that putter around the airfields on Saturday afternoons. The rain had shrunk the cords that held his glider's framework together, warping the upper surface into a rough curve. It was by no means a perfect wing section, but it enabled Lilienthal to make more than 2,000 flights, some as high as 400 feet and of many minutes' duration. Then in 1896 his luck deserted him, and he crashed to fracture his spine and die. The science of flight has made many mighty strides since Otto Lilienthal's day, but it was he who showed how a wing could be made to lift and not cut uselessly through the air. But his discovery of the aerofoil, his pioneering of modern flight, was not a matter of intent. It was purely a matter of luck.
In just 1 minute, we shall tell you our second fascinating story, that of Rene Lemarck. At the moment, we pause for a brief announcement.
Back now to our narrator and cast for the second true story in our presentation, A Matter of Luck.
Rene Lemarck and a Matter of Luck. Rene Lemarck was a sickly child, born in Brittany in the year 1781 of a consumptive mother. But what he lacked in physical strength he made up for in brains, so that by the time he was 17, his medical career had begun, and he was assistant to his uncle, a physician of the city of Nantes. But the good doctor of Nantes saw that his nephew was destined for greater things than were offering in the provinces. So on a certain day in 1800, he came to a decision.
Well now, Rene, my boy, have you seen enough of ailing peasants and gouty townsfolk for today?
Me? I never tire of them, sir. I would like to work 20 hours a day if I could.
I know, and I've been watching. Rene, if ever a man was born to be a physician, that man is you. And, well?
What, Uncle?
How would you like to go to Paris?
To Paris? For a holiday?
No, my boy, not for a holiday. To live there and study medicine.
To live in Paris and study medicine? But, Uncle, you don't mean it. Where would the money come from?
Oh, you leave that to me. Have you ever heard of Corvisart?
Dr. Corvisart of the College of Medicine? Why, yes, of course. There's not a doctor in France who hasn't.
All right. Don't get excited. I studied with Corvisart, and although he has become a great physician while I am but a country practitioner, we are still friends. All arrangements have been made. You are to go to Paris next month and study under him, and I know that neither he nor I will be disappointed in you.
My dear uncle, if I live to be 1,000, I'll never be able to thank you enough, never. To study with Corvisart, I don't know what to say.
Well, don't say anything, my boy. Just take a word of advice instead. Do not let your enthusiasm wear you out. I want you to look after your own health as much as the health of your patients. Remember?
Yes, Uncle. I remember.
And so Rene Lemarck became a physician at the Paris College of Medicine, specializing in ailments of the heart and chest. By 1816, he was already a man of note, whose opinions were looked up to by all of his profession. But none realized the shortcomings and limitations of 19th century medicine better than he. Of our modern age to diagnosis, he had none. And many a patient went untreated and uncured, simply because the doctors could not decide what was wrong. This was particularly true of chest complaints. And it was after a disheartening day at the Necker Hospital that Lemarck went to his old mentor, Corvisart, to discuss a revolutionary theory that had occurred to him.
I am becoming more and more convinced every day, sir, if medical science is to advance a step from its present state, we must improve on our methods of diagnosis.
On my soul, my dear Lemarck, I have no quarrel with you there.
Take a patient I had today. He was 65 years old and complained of pains in the chest. Now I ask you, how many diseases are covered by that one symptom? He had pains in the chest. And what else could he tell me? Could I examine his lungs? Could I see with my eyes the state of his heart? Could I watch the valves open and shut as his blood flowed through them? No.
It's a state of affairs we always have to contend with, my dear fellow. It's my belief that we always will have to. So there's no use upsetting yourself.
That old man will die. When he is dead, I can cut him open and say, "Ah, Dr. Lemarck, this patient of yours suffered from this or from that or from the other disease, but he will have to die first." What sort of medicine do you call that?
Me? I shrug. We do our best. We study, we watch, we learn. We are not sorcerers to see inside a man's body, are we now? We cannot see through skin and bone.
But we can do something else.
Eh? What? What do you mean? Look here, Lemarck, you're leading up to something. What is it?
Simply this. I believe that in many diseases the whole story, the whole condition of the patient could be learnt from the heart.
If you could see it, yes.
No, if you could hear the beat clearly. Now, with children or thin people, I've already heard the peculiar murmur of a diseased heart, but with most patients, through the tissue, I cannot hear enough. Dr. Corvisart, we must find an instrument to enable us to listen to the human heart.
That was Dr. Lemarck's problem. But 3 years went by before he found his solution, and then it was purely by luck. He had been called to the bedside of a patient who had suffered a heart attack, a woman, and as luck would have it, one of the fattest women he had ever seen. He made his customary examination, but when he wished to go further...
What you suggest is an outrage, monsieur. An outrage.
My good man, I am a doctor, a physician, and I am concerned only with curing madame.
I don't care. I don't see what you want to do that for.
Then, although your wife may be dying, I shall take the time to explain. The heart, my good man, is a pump with valves like any other pump. Your wife has a diseased heart, but to say exactly what is wrong, I must hear it work. I must hear the beating of your wife's heart. How can I hear her heart with anything but my ears? Now get out of my way, unless you would rather call another doctor.
Sacre coeur, I only
Be quiet. I'm listening.
What do you hear?
Quiet. Ah, the same old story. It's useless.
What is useless, monsieur?
I can hear nothing.
But you had your ear on the chest of madame.
And between my ear and madame's heart there is what? Observe, monsieur. Your wife, would you call her slim? Eh? Between my ear and her heart are layers of skin, of fat, of flesh, of muscle, bone, and lung tissue. I cannot tell what ails your wife's heart, so I cannot say what her treatment should be. In such a case as this, it is hopeless. If only I had some kind of an instrument.
Lady Luck showed Lemarck his instrument as he stepped into his carriage to drive back to Necker Hospital. He was in a bad temper. He hated to admit failure, particularly in his own province of the heart and the chest.
Coachman! Whip up your horses. I haven't all day to waste here.
Well, certainly, monsieur. To the hospital.
Of course, to the hospital. If it's not too much to ask, pray, what do you find so amusing? Have my clothes on back to front? Eh?
Oh, indeed no, monsieur, indeed no. It is not you I laugh at.
Then who is it?
The children, monsieur. The children in the street there. Did you not see them playing? And such a game. To be a child once more.
Must have been a curious game. What was it?
Oh, a game they made up themselves. Consider, monsieur. They had a plank of wood, perhaps 3, perhaps 4 meters long. At one end, some nails. At the other, the children stood listening. Their ears clapped firmly to the wood. Such a game. Those little ones.
What actually did they do?
While one child plucked at the nails, the others listened at the plank's other end. What one child did, all the others could hear.
So, the child plucked nails at one end, and it was audible at the other. So... Coachman, stop! Turn about quickly, man, turn about! Drive me back to those children at once, I say at once!
Remembering a simple principle of physics taught to him by Corvisart, Rene Lemarck had seen from the children's game how he might make his instrument and listen to the human heart, and to test it he took the old doctor with him, back to the house of the stout woman with heart trouble.
Monsieur, this is Dr. Corvisart from the College of Medicine. We wish to examine your wife once more.
But you said you could do no more, doctor.
That was 4 hours ago, and since then I have made what I believe is a great discovery. You see this paper tube, my friend? This tube of tightly rolled paper? Come, I'll show you. Observe, Dr. Corvisart. I place this tube firmly over the patient's heart, with one end pressed to the skin. At the other I place my ear, so.
But for the life of me, Lemarck, I cannot see...
If you please, sir. It works! I can hear perfectly. It works!
In the name of heaven, let me try. Quickly.
Here, press firmly and place the other end well within the ear. Yes, that's right. Can you hear it?
Yes. Yes, I hear it. Every muscular movement of the heart. Lemarck, it is amazing, amazing, and so simple. My dear fellow, I congratulate you. Injuries that have been inaudible for centuries have now found a voice.
Oh, don't congratulate me, sir. It was none of my doing.
What? Nonsense. If not you, then who have we to thank?
Some children who were playing with a wooden plank when I happened to pass by. They are the ones who discovered my instrument.
Rene Lemarck had discovered the stethoscope, and although his tightly rolled tube of paper was the instrument in its crudest form, and very soon to be improved upon, mediate auscultation, the great aid to physical diagnosis, had come into being. In the few remaining years of his life, this frail little Frenchman made other discoveries, and found time to compile a valuable treatise on the heart and its action. He was also the first to describe the minute bodies that cause consumption, and by the irony of fate, this was the disease that took his life in 1826. But he is not forgotten. In the pocket or round the neck of almost every doctor in the world you will find the stethoscope, the invaluable instrument discovered by Rene Lemarck, not by experiment or intent, but by just a matter of luck.
The two authentic stories of the discovery of flight and of the stethoscope were dramatized by Lindsay Hardy from factual research material and were directed by Donovan Joyce. The performers included David Lowe, Leonard Teal, Ron Faulkner, Dorothy Dunkley, Max Osbiston, Norman Blackler, Frank Bradley, John Casabon, Alfred Bristow, and Richard Ashley. Your narrator was Ward Leopold, who invites you to listen once again 1 week from now. Same time, night and station, for a further fascinating half hour of A Matter of Luck, a Donovan Joyce production.
A Matter of Luck. A program dedicated to the greatest inventor and scientific discoverer the world has known, Lady Luck, and bringing you in one complete 30-minute presentation 2 authentic and true stories of remarkable scientific achievement. Tonight we tell you of Henri Bequerel and Edward Goodrich Atcheson, and how each became famous through A Matter of Luck. Henri Bequerel and a Matter of Luck. The discovery of X-rays by Conrad Röntgen in 1895 set the scientists and philosophers of the world agog. Here was something for the mind to ponder on, a mysterious and unexplained radiation whose nature none of them fully understood. And many and varied were the theories advanced to account for the strange phenomenon. Two men in particular were absorbed in the problem: Poincaré, the great French mathematician, and Henri Bequerel, third in line of a noted family of physicists. In 1896, these two learned men put their heads together to explore a new line of research opened up by Poincaré. And one evening, Bequerel called at his house to discuss it.
Pull up to the fire, my dear Bequerel. You may as well talk in comfort, eh?
By all means. The man who said that intellect thrived on discomfort didn't know what he was talking about.
Quite. Pass the poker over, would you? Suzette! Suzette, bring more coal, if you please. There. Now then. I've been studying the findings of our German friend Röntgen and emanations of the cathode tube. X-rays, as he chose to call them. And I'm going to suggest attacking the problem of their nature from a new angle.
Precisely how?
So far, the rays have been studied from their source. I propose to look into their effects. Ah, here's Suzette with our coal. Straight onto the fire with it, Suzette.
Yes, monsieur.
That's all, thank you. You may go. Oh, a hot glass of something good for both of us in an hour, Suzette.
In 1 hour, monsieur.
I didn't quite follow your last remark. The effects of X-rays, was it?
Yes. I propose to study their effect rather than their source.
I'm afraid I still don't see the trend of your idea.
Phosphorescence. I have a theory that X-rays may lie at the bottom of phosphorescence. And if we study it closely, we may arrive at some clue that will help us to understand the cathode tube.
Ah, very good, very good. My friend, I am just the man to help you. As you know, my father made a very careful study of phosphorescence. But, of course, X-rays were after his time.
You like this notion of mine?
Very much indeed. I shall resume the subject where my father left off. Yes, he'd like that.
How far did he get with it?
He found he'd exhausted the subject when he investigated the phosphorescent salts of uranium and thorium, from pitchblende, you know.
Yes, yes.
Now, starting quite blind, as we might say, let us follow in Röntgen's footsteps. I believe his first inkling of X-rays was something to do with photographic plates, was it not?
Yes, a key photographed itself when his cathode tube lay nearby.
Correct. Now, what I propose is this. Phosphorescence is stimulated by light. I shall expose a salt of uranium to bright light while resting on a totally enclosed plate. If there is any connection between phosphorescence and X-rays, then there should be a photographic exposure.
When do you propose to start?
When? Why not tonight? Why not at once? Now, let us discuss details of apparatus and procedure.
As Henri Bequerel discovered in the weeks of experiment that followed, there was no connection whatever between phosphorescence and X-rays, and Poincaré's theory was wrong. But it was the lucky chance that gave Bequerel a remarkable discovery. At first he was at a loss to understand the evidence of his own eyes, but when its significance dawned upon him, he hurried at once to tell his friend the astounding news.
Poincaré! Poincaré!
What is it, Henri? Calm yourself. Has there been an accident?
No. Yes, there has been.
Well, come and sit down and tell me all.
I don't want to sit down. Poincaré, you know that I have been studying uranium.
Yes.
Looking for X-rays from it.
Yes. What is it?
And you know that we were both quite wrong in our phosphorescence theory. But I have found that uranium gives off some kind of rays spontaneously, all the time.
No, you can't make me believe that.
It is true, and I can prove it. Wrap up a piece of uranium with a photographic plate, as I did, in 10 square meters of paper to exclude the light if you want to. Leave it for a while, and soon you will find your plate exposed. Try it.
Is this true, Bequerel? You're not... No.
I couldn't believe my eyes at first. I said to myself, Henri...
Uranium must give off light.
No. These rays are not light. In a pitch-black room, you could not even see the uranium I use.
Is it heat, then?
Heat? When the stuff is cold to the touch? No, Poincaré. By accident, by luck, I have discovered a new kind of ray, something mysterious without even a name. It's not light. It's not heat. It's just there.
Bequerel's discovery fascinated scientists all over the world, and in particular two famous people, Marie and Pierre Curie. This brilliant couple worked in Paris at the School of Physics in the Rue de la Glacière, and they seized on the new development and studied it closely. Using delicate instruments, they measured Bequerel's mysterious rays and discovered much about their nature. Then, by extraordinary mathematical deduction, Marie Curie proved that the salts of uranium and thorium alone were not responsible for the rays, but that a third and hitherto unknown element was mixed with them. This they called radium, and its emanations they named radioactivity, and at once set to work to isolate the new element. Henri Bequerel followed the course of their research with great interest. As all the world knows, in 1901 the Curies succeeded in isolating radium. And one day, soon after their sensational success, Bequerel called at their laboratory to make a request.
Marie, come here. We have a distinguished visitor.
Who is it?
Professor Bequerel from the Museum of Natural History.
Oh, Professor Bequerel. We are honored, monsieur.
Not at all, madame. It is you who do me the honor. How does your work go?
Now that we've isolated our pure radium, the worst of the task is over. But we still have a long way to go. A long, hard way.
That is what I keep dinning into the heads of my students. No matter how far one pushes ahead in science, there is still a long way to go. But to come to the point of my visit, I have a request to make.
I think I can guess what it is, Professor. You wish to borrow some radium. Am I right?
Is it asking too much?
What do you say, Marie? Can we spare a milligram or two?
For anyone else, I should say no. But for you, Professor, of course.
Madame Curie, 1,000 thanks. I know the magnitude of my request with radium so scarce and of such value, but...
Please say no more, Professor. It is a pleasure. We have not forgotten who discovered radioactivity in the first place. Have we, Pierre?
Most certainly not.
Give me no credit for that, I pray you. It was nothing but a lucky accident when I was following up a silly theory.
I think you are too modest, monsieur. At all events, you shall get your radium. I shall prepare you a small tube of radium bromide this minute.
And so Henri Bequerel went away with a small glass tube of radium tucked in his waistcoat pocket, little thinking that he was about to make his second and even more remarkable discovery, again through luck. As he had said to the Curies, radium was so rare as to be almost priceless, and in order to run no risk of losing his microscopic speck, he kept the tube in his pocket when it was not lying on his laboratory bench. Then, after several weeks, he noticed a strange and disturbing occurrence, something he had to show the Curies.
Monsieur Curie, this is a rather delicate matter. Perhaps, madame, if you wouldn't mind, it's rather a delicate matter.
You have me thoroughly mystified, Professor. But if you wish me to withdraw...
Yes, please, if you would be so kind.
Very well. But I insist on hearing all about it later.
Now, monsieur, what is all this mystery? What are you doing now?
I am stripping to the waist.
But what's the matter? Do you want to fight a duel or something?
Have patience, my dear fellow. There. Now then, I am healthy and in good condition, you agree?
Yes, but I won't vouch for your mind at the moment.
Observe. Here, just above my waistline. What do you see?
I see what looks like a particularly nasty burn or an ulcer. How did you do it?
That is what I want you to tell me. I noticed it first about 10 days ago. Since when it has become steadily worse.
Then why don't you see your physician? I am not a physician.
I have already done so. He simply throws up his hands. No unguent, no salve has any effect on it. I began to think I'd contracted some wretched disease to produce such an ulceration, until this morning, when I suddenly realized what might be the cause.
I implore you, Professor, come to the point. What are you driving at?
Simply this. The ulcer is directly beneath the pocket where I've been carrying the little glass tube of radium. Always it has been in the same pocket of my waistcoat. Now I ask you, is it not more than a coincidence?
The radium rays. Yes. Oh, God bless my soul. What have you found this time? Marie! Marie, come quickly.
But my shirt, monsieur. Wait till I don my shirt.
This is no time for modesty. Marie!
What's the matter, Pierre? Oh. Why is Professor Bequerel half naked?
Because you must see for yourself what radium rays do to human tissue. There. Look on his body. See? The ulcer.
So. Oh, Pierre, you are sure of this?
Almost. He has been carrying the radium about in the same pocket.
We must be certain of this. It's of vital importance. Pierre, we will both strap a particle of radium to our arms and make certain once and for all. If we both develop an ulcer on our arms beneath the radium, oh, pray to God we do.
Pierre and Marie Curie soon had radium burns on their arms, similar to that of Professor Bequerel, and there was no longer any room for doubt. The radioactivity of radium destroyed human tissues, and the significance of it did not escape them.
My friends, who can say what benefits this discovery may bestow on mankind? If radium eats away healthy tissue, it must also eat away diseased flesh. It is too soon to say, of course, but we may be on the road to conquering humanity's most loathsome curse.
Do you mean cancer, Professor?
I mean cancer, madam. I mean that radium may be used to destroy the malignant tumors of cancer. And though I may be laughed at for saying it, I see the hand of Providence in my two accidental discoveries. Yes, Providence.
Henri Bequerel and the Curies and their original work on radioactivity have passed into the history of science and medicine. But the part played by Lady Luck will never be forgotten. The false assumption of Poincaré, the mathematician, a professor of physics who carried radium about in his pocket. These were the unconnected whims of fortune that resulted in great discoveries. The finding of radioactivity and its effects were not a matter of intent. They were just a matter of luck.
In just 1 minute, we will tell you our second fascinating story, that of Edward Atcheson. We pause now for a brief word from our announcer. Back now to our narrator and cast for our second stranger-than-fiction story.
Edward Atcheson and a Matter of Luck. Romantic is the story of Edward Goodrich Atcheson, who was born of poor parents in Washington, Pennsylvania in 1856. He was forced to earn his living in the coal mines at an early age, but with exceptional energy, he devoted his leisure to experiment and study in electricity and mechanics, with such success that by the time he was 23, he was offered employment as assistant to none other than Thomas Alva Edison. In 1881, Edison secured a contract to install electric lights in Italy, Belgium, and Holland, and since he was going to Europe, he decided to furnish an exhibit of some of his scientific discoveries at the Paris International Exhibition being held that year. So he went to Paris with a staff of technicians and took Atcheson as his chief assistant. There they attended a great reception, a function whose splendor dazzled the young scientist, and where he met the person who gave him what he thought was a great idea.
My dear Dr. King, this is a surprise. Why, I haven't seen you for, it must be nearly 5 years.
Must be all of that, Edison. I guess you're over here for the exhibition.
And some rather big business.
Well, I'm delighted to hear it. Oh, Countess, I beg your pardon. And may I present Mr. Thomas Edison, the famous inventor, Countess Antoinette de Houbigard.
Well, how do you do, ma'am?
Paris is lucky this season, monsieur, with so many famous men here. You have a showing at the exhibition?
Yes, but I'm afraid it's very dull and scientific. The only people who come to look at it are graybeards from Europe's universities. I should say Dr. King's interests would be more to your taste, Countess.
Dr. King and his diamonds? Oh, but yes. I hear he is making New York the jewelry center of the world.
Tiffany's Fifth Avenue have the jewels, Countess, but it takes the women of Paris to wear them.
You are, what you say, a flatterer, no? But I like it. Who is the handsome young man coming towards us?
Oh, the tall fellow? Well, that's my second in command here, a very clever young scientist named Atcheson. Would you like to meet him, Countess?
But yes.
Oh, Edward, come over here a minute. Here are some people I want you to meet. Countess Antoinette de Houbigard, Mr. Edward Atcheson, and Dr. King.
How do you do, Countess? Dr. King, sir? How do you do?
And I always thought that men of science had long gray hair and eyebrows sticking out so.
Oh, look here, King. There are one or two things I'd rather like to talk to you about. Do you think we might excuse ourselves?
Oh, I think so. Antoinette?
Yes, off you go. I know you only want to smoke your horrid cigars, and this young man will look after me. Eh, Mr. Atcheson?
Well, yes. That is, certainly, ma'am.
Oh, very well, then. Come along, Edison. We'll see you two later in the evening.
Now, tell me, Monsieur Atcheson, why are you not dancing?
Well, I've never had time to learn. You see, this is the first time I've ever been anywhere like this. Are you really a countess?
Of course, silly boy. Why not?
It was just that, we were as poor as church mice when I was growing up. I lived on the wrong side of the tracks, as we say in America. I spent all my time studying and working. I never had a cent for anything but books.
But now you are a clever scientist. You will soon be rich, no?
Well, I'm afraid not. I guess I'll never have much money. But I have dreamed of a life like this, often.
Then why should you not have it, eh? Tell me that.
Well, scientists like Mr. Edison seem to make a lot of money, but I'm not so much an inventor as an investigator. My long suit is research.
But why should you not find something worth a lot of money from this research? What is the phrase? Search and you will find. What about the men who find, diamonds? Do they not look and look here and there until they find them?
Oh, yeah, but Madonna, Countess, I'm not a prospector looking for diamonds.
I know a man who looks for them, and not in Africa or Brazil either, in his laboratory. He says he will be the richest man in the world someday with his artificial diamonds.
Men have been trying to do that for centuries. Cranks, the lot of them.
My friend is not a crank. He says that it's theoretically possible to make diamonds in the laboratory. All that's lacking is the method. Why should you not discover that method?
Me? Make diamonds? Well, why not? Why not?
It was a fantastic idea, but that was a fantastic era. The next day, Edward Atcheson called on Dr. King at his hotel in the Faubourg Saint-Germain.
Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Atcheson?
Well, sir, I want some information about diamonds.
Diamonds, eh?
I'm told that you know more about them than most, so... Well, I believe in consulting an expert in all matters of inquiry.
Good for you. That way you'll never get wrong information. Now, just what did you want to know?
Well, I know the diamond is a crystalline form of carbon, but how is it actually made? In nature, I mean.
Diamonds, my boy, were formed millions, billions of years ago, when the world was a molten mass under the stresses and strains of tremendous heat and pressure.
Heat and pressure, eh? The arc furnace.
Listen. You haven't been bitten by the artificial diamond bug, have you?
Well, there might be something in it. And if there was, I'd be richer than Croesus.
Nothing doing. For a scientist, that's very loose thinking. Let me tell you something, Atcheson. Diamonds are precious and have great value simply because they're scarce. And even so, the world's diamond merchants stick together and keep the price up. I know.
But...
just a minute. Let me finish. Suppose you discover how to make them in the laboratory. What happens? Your process leaks out. Everybody makes them. Then they're not scarce anymore. Down comes the price. And what are you making then? Beads. Strings of beads that people will be able to buy for $1.50.
I never thought of that. Well, there goes a dream. Still, it was nice while it lasted.
But as time went on, Atcheson became more and more sure that there was a fortune in artificial diamonds, despite what Dr. King had said. And in the succeeding 10 years, he worked intermittently on the problem. He pinned his faith for the required heat on the arc furnace he understood so well, and whose temperatures were higher than any others found on Earth. But by 1891, he was almost prepared to abandon his quest, when Lady Luck threw a remarkable discovery in his path. He was working in a Monongahela City powerhouse, owned by Edison, and where an arc furnace was installed. On this day, Atcheson was using a carbon electrode of powdered coke and experimenting with various clays. Maybe this time, he said to himself, I will make an artificial diamond.
Hello, Edward. Still looking for your artificial diamonds?
Not for much longer.
Well, what have you got in the crucible?
An unusual clay from a pottery works just outside town. Corundum, it's called.
Well, look here. When you're through, I want you to read this. It's a report on a new chrome tungsten steel. So hard that it can't be worked. Can't grind it, can't cut it, can't machine it.
Not even with emery?
Emery won't look at it. That's how hard it is.
That's rather interesting. Would you move your head a bit? I want to see the clock.
Oh, sure.
35 minutes. That ought to be enough. Now, let's switch off and have a look. As usual, nothing. Nothing at all.
And what do you call this?
Where?
Here, stuck to the carbon. Little gray crystals.
Oh, those. Oh, I've had those dozens of times. I don't know what they are, but they're certainly not diamonds.
They look as if they'd be pretty hard. Are they?
I never tested them to see. Just check them out.
Well, let's step over to the window and see how they behave on glass. Now then. Well, I'll be doggone. Why, look at that. These crystals will scratch glass. See?
Say, I wonder if it'll scratch diamond.
We'll soon see. Look, take my ring and try.
Oh, you don't mind if I ruin it?
If that crystal scratches my diamond, you'll be able to afford 20 new ones. Try it.
It does. It's as hard as diamond. Say, Mr. Edison, is this what you're looking for grinding and cutting that chrome steel?
Is it? And all this time you've had it right under your nose, the abrasive that industry has been praying for, and you've been chucking it out. Now you'll have to give it a name. What are you going to call the stuff?
Well, it's probably a compound of corundum and carbon, so, what about, carborundum? Yeah, that's it. Carborundum.
By pure luck, Edward Goodrich Atcheson had discovered the world's finest abrasive, a substance that has never been improved upon. Later, he learned that it was silicon carbide, the second hardest substance known to man, and its discovery opened the way to tremendous advances in metallurgy and industry. For without carborundum, modern industry would be paralyzed. Atcheson founded a great company and became a rich man, and all by accident. He was not looking for an abrasive that day in the powerhouse. He was trying to make diamonds. So that the invention of carborundum was not a matter of intent, it was merely a matter of luck.
The stories of the discovery of the surgical use of radium and of carborundum were dramatized by Lindsay Hardy from factual research material and were directed by Donovan Joyce. The performers included David Lowe, Alfred Bristow, Kevin Brennan, John Bushell, Dinah Shearing, Alan Trevor, Leonard Teal, Reg Collins, and Margaret Christensen. Your narrator was Ward Leopold, who invites you to listen again 1 week from now, same night, time, and station, for a further fascinating half-hour presentation of A Matter of Luck, a Donovan Joyce production.